Morning from Canterbury. Final day then here of Kent against Surrey in Division 1 of the County Championship. Ben Watson, Dan Whiting here for the remainder of this fixture, however long it lasts. 5 wickets is all that stands between Surrey and victory. Ben Compton and Joey Everson at the crease for Kent. And morning to you, Dan. Well, it's a case of how long can Kent stick this out, or will Surrey swiftly find themselves their way to victory?
Well, I think a lot rests on Compton's shoulders. He's the man that Surrey wants out, and he's got a knack of hanging around. Joey Everson's a decent player as well, but behind this, we've spoken quite a bit about the tail that Kent possibly have. So we'll see what happens this morning as Rory Burns has taken the field. Rory, I believe, has been feeling a little bit under the weather for a couple of days in his time down here at Canterbury. But Dan Worrell, the man who's done the damage so far, he's going to take us away from the Nackington Road end. He's been absolutely wonderful, Dan Worrell. I think he's just a quality operator, and you know, he showed it yesterday when he rearranged Daniel Bell-Drummond's furniture somewhat with his middle stump cartwheeling out the ground. So here he comes, top of his mark. He's going to be bowling to Everson, who's on 7, not out. As that shapes away quite a bit, but Everson has nothing to do with it, leaves it alone. So Ben, where's your pocket money on? I mean, obviously, you know, the wise money would be on a Surrey win. What time?
Yeah, I think it's a question of time rather than...
Do you think we'll make lunch?
Whether or not Surrey win. Well, I had to send an email to some of my colleagues today about how long the updates might be going on for to BBC Radio Kent, and I said by the afternoon show, 2 o'clock.
Worrell into the crease, and Everson works into the onside, no run.
I said it may well be a recording of my voice rather than me live.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would expect Surrey to get this wrapped up by lunch, even if we have to play for an extra half an hour by lunch and we're done by 1:30. I just think this partnership is the one. Once they get through this, it's a pretty long Kent's tale for those joining us on 5 Live Sports Extra to kick off the day. Surrey needing just 5 more wickets, but Ben Compton didn't open the batting actually yesterday. He had a stiff neck, so he came in at 6, Everson at 7, and then after that 8, 9, 10, 11 are all very much bowlers.
Worrell, angled run. Everson plays that out to Rory Burns at mid-off. I would say, I think I said the other day, he's got probably the most angled runs seen on this ground since Richard Ellison back in the day. He, with his moustache bristling, he had a curved run. He had a wonderful series against Australia in 1985 for England. Did some damage for David Gower's side as they beat a rather weakened Australian side that summer. Worrell bowls. Everson again rocks onto the front foot, pushes it out to the covers. Ball comes in to the gloves of Ben Folkes, and it's tossed to Dominic Sibley. I interviewed Dominic Sibley last night, and if you're listening, have a tune in to the interview. It's on Surrey's Twitter feed, etc. And Dominic Sibley speaks quite openly about his newfound freedom and the fact that he had played with a fear of failure in the last few years, which isn't a very nice place to be. And it's quite a candid interview, and respect to Dominic Sibley for giving me that. Worrell in, as that's nurdled down the slope onto the leg side, but no run. It must be.
I thought you were going to say he expressed his love of the Spitfire Ground St Lawrence and batting at Canterbury to you.
Well, no, he didn't say anything about that, but...
he should have done.
Yeah, he got 100 here last year. Rather slow one ball.
Yeah, got 140 here last year, 150 this season. Got a double 100 2019 for Warwickshire on this ground. So yeah, this was the briskest 100 here by a way.
Oh, that's well bowled. That turns Everson. as he looks to play that leg side, and the ball squirts out through the point region. And Dan Worrell starts off with a maiden over, so he's 13 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 18.
Update on the way for BBC Radio Kent. Yeah, well, the weather is much improved here at Canterbury, but in terms of Kent's fortunes, it may well be that we don't last out the day today, because Surrey are very much the favourites. The double county champions over the last couple of years, they have just got 5 more wickets to take, and currently they still have a lead of 179 runs, so it's a long way back for Kent, even with Ben Compton at the crease alongside Joey Everson. After this partnership, very much into the inexperienced bowlers, so you would expect that it is going to be a matter of when and not if Surrey win the match today. In the meantime, updates every half an hour and commentary via 5 Live Sports Extra at the moment, and on the website on the BBC Sport app, with Kent in their second innings 120 for 5. Surrey in the dominant position. Kemar Roach getting us up and running from the pavilion end, and patted away gently by Compton to start into the onside, and no run. Somebody's getting a bit of a rub down, or no, actually it's Ryan Patel's shirt collar is being adjusted by his mate just to pull it up across his cable knit jumper from underneath. Well, that one swings a little bit from Kemar Roach into the pads of Compton, and he's happy to tickle that round the corner down towards long leg. Compton was, for much of his innings yesterday after coming in late, just completely unfussed by scoring any kind of run.
Yeah, he was. I think it was 30 balls. He got ironic cheers. We actually thought they were from the Kent supporters, but we found out that they were from the Surrey fans
the
here.
Peter May Brigade.
The Peter May boys, and also a bunch of chaps who call themselves the East Terrace Sunshine Club, I believe, or Sun Club.
Wasn't the Ben Compton fan club.
No.
They were all snoozing. As Roach bowls. Oh, that's a decent delivery. Brings Joey Everson forward, who plays very much down the northern line. And it bypassed him on the circular. I don't know my tube map well enough to be making that kind of analogy.
Yeah, we always described it as going down the Bakerloo.
Okay,
yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. But yeah, he played down the wrong line. That's all you need to know at home.
So the right-hander on strike, 2 slips. Kemar Roach. Oh, draws him forward, thick outside edge. All along the ground, though, for Joey Everson, and probably going to get him 4 runs. Yes, it will. So that's gone pretty quick down towards the vacant third man. Everson moves to 11, and Kent are 125 for 5. The deficit down to 174.
The outfield's quickened up, considerably, hasn't it, over the game? I mean, Friday when we saw that, especially into that corner where it runs away down the hill, where the water sort of carries and down towards that lime tree. I think the lime tree's had a good drink and soaked a lot of that water up.
Yeah, we were walking in front of the Les Ames stand, weren't we? And it was pretty boggy where they were depositing some of the water on Friday. Ground staff, as this one's defended away by Everson this time out towards extra cover.
Yeah, I felt I was sort of in quicksand over there. It was really boggy, wasn't it? You could feel it moving under your feet.
Yeah,
so.
but thankfully we haven't had too much rain since that pretty dreary start to the game on Friday.
Yeah, we've had 104 over days. Today will be 96 overs maximum.
Roach past the umpire. Very short and straight mid-on. In tight, as that one flies down the leg side. Off the pad, so it did just skim something on the way through past Ben Folkes and down to the boundary. So a few runs for Kent in the over. The deficit's down to 170. They've moved on to 129 for 5. Compton's on 9, as we were mentioning, having taken about 30 balls to get off the mark last night. Everson on 11. And yes, we want to respect the Kent batters to come, and George Garrett actually, as the night watchman in the first innings, did rather well with 48, but between him, Jazz Singh, Matt Parkinson and Arafat Bhuyan, there's not a lot of career first class runs for Kent to call upon after this partnership.
No.
Hence our confidence that it is going to be Surrey's to win eventually at some point today, this game.
Yeah, it's sort of not like the days of Dravid and Martin van Jaarsveld here and Rob Key. But, you know, you never know. They've got to make Surrey work. And here's Dan Worrell bowling to Compton for the first time this morning, coming in around the wicket as that just angles in and moves away. But Compton leaves it and it goes through into the gloves of Ben Folkes.
Yeah, there's not even a Mitch Claydon or Matt Milnes was one I was chatting to.
Yeah.
Fred Atkins from the ECB Reporters Network, who he was saying about there was a few fourth days where Kent held out a fair time with Matt Milnes in as a night watchman, now of Yorkshire, of course.
Worrell into Compton, who crabbily defends that one and pushes it out into the offside. Compton's struggling with a neck injury, as Ben Watts has already said this morning. He looks a little bit stiff, doesn't he, in the way he's playing his shots as well. He doesn't look as if he's sort of playing with freedom or fluency.
There was a hook shot that he attempted last night that was particularly kind of juddery.
Yeah, you wonder if it's easier to take on the hook rather than try and defend it, as that goes down the leg side and Folkes comfortably tidies up.
Here's a question for you, Dan, and possibly for the listeners.
Yeah.
We were talking yesterday about the worst number 11s people had ever seen. And maybe today, if you had to pick a tail ender or a bowler to come out and bat in this kind of situation, you need to bat all day to save the game.
Yeah.
Who would you summon if you could, post someone into this situation?
Me?
To come out and just block the ball for 5 hours. You think you could do it?
No, you want my
no, yeah, absolutely. Give me a
That's short and pulled. That's going to go away for 4 runs. Pulled in front of square there by Compton and latches onto it early and gets it in front of square. Score moves on to 133. I'd go Jack Leach after his innings at Headingley. I've never seen a number 11 bat like that, and actually sort of put on 70 odd for the last wicket.
Didn't he open the batting for Somerset's second team the other day?
He did, yeah. I think he got 20 odd. He's opened batting for England. He got 92 against Ireland. That's just left alone by Compton.
Came back a bit, didn't it?
Game where Tim Murtagh got a load of wickets.
Did he open or was he at 3 that day?
No, he opened.
Was it as a kind of night watch batter in the late stages and kept going?
Oh, I don't know what England have done over the years. I mean, they've just messed around and done the unexpected, and I don't know.
I do vaguely remember that knock, though. It's one of those where you're gutted that you didn't get 3 figures, a bit like when Tudor got 99.
Yeah. Worrell around the wicket, bowls down the leg side, Folkes tidies it up again, diving, sprawling away to his right-hand side. That completes the over, 133 for 5. Yeah, I thought, right, he's got into the 90s. I'm going to go downstairs from my seat at Lord's and go and get some refreshments, come back for his 100. And as I was there...
That was bold.
As I was there...
He could have been in the queue a long time.
I could have been. Yeah, I could have been. But, yeah. We'll be bringing you scores from around the country. Some games are over, actually. Quite a few games finished yesterday in the county championship.
Yeah, the Essex boys are on the golf course today.
Yeah, Harmy Day, as they called it.
Here comes Kemar Roach for Surrey. Still 5 more wickets needed for them, but that one's swinging a long way down the leg side. There's an appeal. Good dive away to his left and a take from Ben Folkes, but no connection from Joey Everson. Yeah, kentcricket@gmail.com or at BBC Kent Sport on X or Twitter if you want to suggest any names of Billy blockers that could bat for 5 hours and save the game for Kent today that we could summon from history to fend off this Surrey seaman spin attack. Shorter ball from Kemar Roach. It was banged in but not really short. Everson just playing with a straight bat. Back up the pitch. So no run. Yeah, so who else had already won? Middlesex won yesterday, didn't they? Beating
Middlesex
Yorkshire.
won yesterday. Durham won at Worcestershire as well, and Essex won. So that's 3 games done.
Good effort that from Durham. As Kemal Roach bowls, forward comes Joey Everson. Despite a little bit of rear guard from Waite and Smith. 4 for Coughlin in that one.
We were discussing the number 11s last. Well, actually, a few of the Surrey lads collared me in the pub, and their view was Jim Griffiths of Northamptonshire in the 70s and 80s, who had a fine moustache.
Roach bowls, defended away by Everson. Yeah, we were probably looking at a career average of 2, weren't we, for our worst?
Yeah.
Number 11s. There was a fair few contenders.
Yeah. You know who you need back here at Kent? Here, out there in the middle, is Chris Tavaret. He could block it out. He could block it out.
Him and Compton in tandem.
Yeah. Trevor Barnacle Bailey as well was known as the Barnacle because you couldn't prise him off the crease.
Roach with a sharply swinging delivery. This ball is 40 overs old, but it's doing something this morning for Surrey. It's a no ball actually from Kemal Roach. That's just been signalled. Yeah, so Essex winning yesterday in Division 1. Somerset's hopes of winning have been blown away by a singular partnership from Will Young, who's 160 not out, and Joe Clark, who's on a double ton.
Yeah, he's
at Taunton. This one's defended away by Everson. And again, another sharply swinging delivery from Kemal Roach. Notts were bowled out for 193 in their first innings. Somerset put 4-5-4 on the board. And then at 48 for 2, Somerset must have been thinking, here we go, we're going to win this game comfortably. And then Joe Clark scored a double ton. Will Young's on 160, as I mentioned. Quite an extraordinary partnership there to fend that off. Looking like a draw probably at Southampton between Warwickshire and Hampshire. As Roach bowls. This one's defended away by Everson into the onside. And the end of the over, so Kent 135 for 5. Haven't lost a wicket so far on day 4. Deficit of 164 runs here against Surrey. So Durham also winning in Division 1. So Division 2 wise, Derbyshire 224 for 6. There is a delay at Derby. Leicestershire needing 4 more wickets. 183 runs. The margin of difference at the moment between those two teams. So Leicestershire will be hoping to get on to finish that game off. Glamorgan 230 runs behind against Northants, who needs 7 more wickets to win, but looks like there's a bit of rain in the Midlands. One's delayed as well.
Worrell around the wicket, turn round the corner, and Compton's got that fine enough to beat fine leg. Kemal Roach down here can't get round to it, and it runs away over these practice wickets in front of the pavilion and goes for 4 runs. 139 for 5 now. Compton is 17 or 48 balls. He's positively motoring this morning.
Just to round up our look elsewhere, Gloucestershire Sussex, been saying for a few days in our share programmes in the afternoon on BBC Radio Kent and BBC Radio Sussex that one's definitely going to be a draw. But Gloucestershire at 82 for 6.
Yeah, they've capitulated. That's gone. Worrell strikes. Compton goes. That's the key wicket that Surrey wanted this morning. And just a little feather through to the gloves of Ben Folkes. And the keeper does the rest. 139 for 6.
And that's this game on the brink, you would have to think, with Ben Compton heading back to the changing room for 17, and it was a pretty similar dismissal really to the one from Worrell that got Zach Crawley yesterday. Wasn't pronounced movement, but it was just enough late movement to kiss the edge.
Yeah.
Folkes does the rest.
It's exactly what we spoke about yesterday. Worrell working on angles and his sort of geometry and coming in around the wicket. Compton has to play at that delivery. It's not like he's, been sort of out sort of with his bat outside his headline or you know, the line of his head, etc. He's had to play at that. It's on the stumps, and he's just feathered it through. A little bit of late movement has taken the edge and taken it through to the gloves of Ben Folkes. So that's a big blow, and coming out is one of Kent's new recruits, signed over the winter, Matt Parkinson. 5 wickets in this game. Got some slow scorers, just working it out in one-day internationals. Rion King, the West Indian, 65 runs in one-day internationals. A lot of these are tail enders, so you know Rion King, 65 runs in total in one-day internationals, came at a rate of 32 per 100 balls. Alan Donald, he was slow as well. David Oboya, the Kent wicketkeeper batter. Mike Brearley, fine man. He was an opener. He was pretty slow.
The Kenyan wicketkeeper batter, David Oboya.
Yeah, not Collins Oboya, who was...
he was the off spinner, wasn't he?
He came to Warwickshire as an overseas, and I think Warwickshire fans have voted him possibly their worst ever overseas signing. Yeah. Yes, he wasn't... didn't pull up any trees at Edgbaston, shall we say. Here's Worrell in, bouncer to Parkinson, a good one as well. Just about evades it. Mark Decker of Zimbabwe, Sid Wetamuni of Sri Lanka, John Dyson, the opener of the Australian, Tris Tavares. I mean, there's a man of Kent, or is he a Kentish man? He's, I think he's Kentish man. He's Sevenoaks area, actually, isn't he?
Mark Decker's actually on the coaching staff here at Kent.
Is he?
Yeah.
Okay, and Bruce Edgar, the left-hander of New Zealand, who was stodgy, to say the least.
Yeah, mostly works with the second 11 in the academy.
Worrell in, Parkinson leaves that one alone.
Actually saw him the other weekend at Tunbridge School. My club were having a net on one of the lanes. They got about 5 lanes there, and he was working with one of the academy guys, second 11 guys, and yeah, we mentioned him yesterday at Ekanch Singh. Went on to get 100 that week against Essex in the second 11 championship after that little net session. So yeah, do some good work, Mark Decker, these days, post-career.
Worrell into Parkinson, who plays that one into the onside.
Post-playing career, I should say.
Tunbridge School's produced so many fine cricketers, hasn't it, for Kent over the years? I mean, obviously Colin Cowdrey, and sort of the whole Cowdrey dynasty.
Brigade, indeed. Yeah, Fabian went there.
Yeah, but
Zach Crawley of the current crop, Marcus O'Riordan both went there.
I'm feeling Tavares may have gone there as well.
3 slips, and now a deep square leg posted out by Surrey for Parkinson.
Worrell comes in to the crease, and that's played pleasantly actually down the hill. That will be probably 2. Yeah, they just settle for 2. And the score moves into the 140s. So successful over for Dan Worrell as they saw the back of Ben Compton, who can be an obdurate cricketer.
Absolutely.
And somebody who they would have been targeting as the one they wanted removed.
Yeah, absolutely. Big start for Surrey. And they'll be confident of getting this wrapped up nice and quickly after that dismissal of Compton. Only Joey Everson really is a recognised batter left.
Here we go, Richard Ellison, who we've already mentioned this morning. Ed Smith, who was
yes, of
from
course,
this neck of the woods.
Keep on Roach. Do Joey Everson then. Defended away, out towards the gully. That's a fine stop. Moving swiftly to his left. Who is that?
Cameron
Smith,
Steele.
Cam Steele.
Cameron Steele, who is a very, very good cricketer, I think. I've been really impressed with him. He's
like I said yesterday, he's kind of one of the understated names in this Surrey team.
Yeah, he's taken 18 wickets this season. Has he got one in this innings, I think? Has he got one? I think
got Denley out.
Yeah.
Both innings this game. Roach is defended away again by Joey Everson into the offside.
Yeah, so I think he's on 18 wickets now for the season, which for a leg spinner in April is, you know, it's pretty decent going. and he is just a wonderful guy. He's just one of the nicest individuals. He's always willing to be interviewed, no matter how cold it is, no matter how long a day he's had in the field. And he's just a decent, pleasant human being.
Kimo Roach bowls, edged wide of second slip for 4 by Joey Everson off the back foot. Was never going to be catchable. Dom Sibley didn't really move as it flew past him away to his right for 4. So Everson on to 15. Ken's 145, but for 6 after the removal of Compton, the deficit 154. So still Surrey will be confident nevertheless, despite that boundary.
Yeah, Worrell 4 for 28 now. I mean, he's just a great signing from Gloucestershire.
Well, at that point, he was an overseas player for Gloucestershire, wasn't he?
He was.
That one hits the pad. It's a rear back sharply from Roach. There's only a semblance of an appeal. No real seriousness behind it. And now he's a domestically qualified.
Yep. Nickname of Frankie, after the famous West Indian Sir Frank Worrell.
Yeah, we could hear that quite clearly on the effects mark yesterday.
Yeah.
The Surrey boys shouting, "Come on, Frankie!"
Yeah, he's just known as Frankie.
Here's Roach once more. Full delivery, driven away by Everson. That's nicely played. Square of the wicket down towards the retirement apartments. It will be just reeled in. They decide they will come back for 3 because Parkinson will only have 1 ball to face in this over. So Everson to 18. Parkinson's on 2, 1-4, 8 for 6. Kent in the second innings. The deficit 151.
Here it is. I'm just doing my background on Dan Worrell and his curved run, which we've talked about.
Yes. The tree that may or may not have existed in his backyard.
It says here on a certain cricketing website where we garner information from.
Parkinson 3 slips behind him. That one swings back sharply but goes down the leg side. Tumbling stop from Ben Folkes. End of the over. 90 more required if Surrey should need it today. I don't think they'll need that many, but it's 148 for 6. Just 4 more wickets needed for the defending champions to get the victory today.
It says Worrell's unusual angled run-up is reminiscent of that of Malcolm Marshall, although he cannot quite boast the same sheer pace and ferocity. Worrell explained the run-up developed from his childhood days, playing cricket in the backyard, where an inconvenient tree meant that a long approach to the crease prevented a straight-on run-up. There you go. Dan Worrell and the tree.
I wonder what type of tree it was. I'm trying to picture it in my mind. How thick was the trunk?
Here he comes anyway. No need to run around the lime tree here at Canterbury, as that goes out to Rory Burns at mid-off. The lime tree is safely behind the boundary ropes these days.
Yeah, indeed, after the old one came down.
When did that come down? How long ago? 15 years? 20 years?
Yeah, probably. About that.
Yeah. And it was a little bit further.
Yeah, it was closer towards us.
Towards the plane.
It would have been on long leg, probably skirting the boundary rope this week.
Oh, that's well bowled by Worrell. Lift, bounce, goes past the outside edge of Joey Everson's bat.
I don't quite know how he didn't nick that, to be honest.
Yeah. I think Worrell's
just too good.
Worrell's in the mood, isn't he? You can see, you just get this sort of sense that he's just there or thereabouts every ball, and every ball's doing something, asking questions of the batters.
I think it's vaguely warmer today here at Canterbury. Like the last couple of days have been freezing for the spectators, and actually I think that's helping the ball swing around for the Surrey seamers.
Here he comes in, and that has missed the outside edge and also shaves the outside of the off stump, but doesn't quite remove the bails.
I kept a bit low.
Yep, Folkes definitely took it on the bounce.
So yeah, Worrell working Everson over at the moment. You say I really like your geometry analogy when it comes to Dan Worrell and his ability to coax batters out.
Here he comes, Pythagoras Worrell into the crease.
Again, he just looked like he came that little bit wider on the crease there. Really was looking to stay wide, angle it into the batter originally, and then obviously swing it away. Everson was a good inch or two away from making contact with that one, but
yeah,
it's a real examination of a batter's technique up against Dan Worrell, who did he play either of the first two games? No, he didn't play the last one. Enjoying the Dukes rather more than perhaps the Kookaburra.
Here he comes, bowls. Everson defends, pushes it out into the offside.
Safe to say those Kookaburras weren't swinging in the 40th overall, so in the first couple of rounds of matches.
Well, Andrew Radd, our colleague up at BBC Northampton, and Kevin Hand apparently were cheering when the ball beat the bat at Northampton. As 8 wickets fell in 4 days. 600 played, 700, didn't it, I think? Worrell. Past umpire Ben Devon and bouncer. Everson ducks it and the ball goes through to Ben Folkes. Worrell 4 for 28 off 16 with 8 maidens. Parsimonious. And what a signing he's been for Surrey County Cricket Club.
Yeah, absolutely so. Thanks to those of you that got in touch via email so far today. Tim getting in touch saying Jack Leach was a good shout. What about Jimmy Anderson? I don't think Jimmy's going to bat for 5 hours. I mean, he's a decent number 11, but
he'd pull out the reverse sweep and
he'd
get done LBW.
He'd be batting a bit too aggressively.
Yeah, I'm not sure about Jimmy, but thank you for your email anyway.
Essex fan Paul Brown says maybe Monty Panesar. He used to be a decent blocker. He
blocked one out of Cardiff, didn't he, one year?
A couple of cameos late on in games, didn't he? As Roach bowls, defended away by Matt Parkinson. Stuart May getting in touch has rather gone for a slightly different breed of batter. Although, yes, certainly all blockers. Hashim Amla, Rahul Dravid, Shiv Chandapal. He said they'd be 20 for none at lunch, 60 for none at tea, and maybe they'd get to 100 by the end of the day with 15 or so extras. But yeah, I think they're a bit too good to be posted into this situation. I think we're more looking for bowlers that can just hang around forever.
Yeah.
As Matt Parkinson's trying to do at the moment, fending off Kemar Roach.
If I had Hashim Amla in my side and I was skip and told him he was batting 11, I think he'd probably be having a word with me. But yeah, we're looking for people lower down the order, but Monty Panesar, great shout. He managed to block out the Aussies in Cardiff, didn't he, one year? I think that was with Jimmy, actually, wasn't it?
Roach bowls. Oh, that's a very nice shot from Matt Parkinson. Square drive through point.
Yeah.
How about that?
Lovely.
Update on the way for BBC Radio Kent as the 150 comes up. Parkinson unfurling a lovely strike indeed. Yeah, well, 1 wicket down for the day. Surrey 1 wicket closer to victory. Just 4 more they need, the defending champions, to win here at Canterbury against Kent, who are 154 for 6 in their second innings. Matt Parkinson, the new man to the crease, has just hit a lovely boundary through the covers. Joey Everson, though, the last recognised batter there with him, only to come for Kent. Some fairly inexperienced young bowlers, not necessarily known for their batting after Kent lost 5 wickets in the late stages of yesterday. Surrey putting a massive 543 for 7 declared on the board, so they're very much the favourites to get this wrapped up. It may well be before lunch as well. Commentary continues on 5 Live Sports Extra and on the BBC Sport app and website, with Kent 156 for 6 and only 4 more wickets in hand to save the game. Roach has now got a leg slip / leg gully in for Parkinson as he's in behind this one defensively.
Yeah, it's still a very good wicket. The wicket shows no sign of breaking up here at all. You know,
no, I don't think there's too much wrong with the pitch.
Yeah, it looks like a decent surface.
And actually, Matt Parkinson, when I chatted to him yesterday, off the back of his 5 wickets that he took, which was a little bit bittersweet, seeing as it was a pretty bad day at the office for Ken, said that actually they probably should have got a lot more than they did in the first innings with the bat, as he defends this one away. Kent only got 244, and actually I think this pitch was better than that. Maybe they got the worst of the conditions in the sense they had to bat after the rain, and that might have helped just bring the pitch to life a little bit. But in general, I think that this week it was a pretty it is a pretty flat pitch here at Canterbury, and Surrey showed that. Kent weren't really able to get as many runs as they perhaps should have done first time around. Here comes Kemar Roach. This one's down the legs, well, into the legs as it's swinging back in once more. You can see why actually they've posted that leg slip in with the way that Roach is angling the ball in. If Parkinson just gets a little tickle around the corner, that catches in the game.
Yeah, Ryan Patel, the man there. It's a good bit of captaincy there. I like to see that. Thinking outside the box a little bit. And Roach bending back some big in-swingers. A little tickle around the corner brings that leg slip into play.
Here he is once more. Oh, that one hits him on the pad. The umpire unconvinced.
Two sounds there, I think.
Quite possibly. He got fair way forward as well. I'm not sure if it was hitting him in line. There was enough doubt. So Parkinson survives. He's on 6. Everson 18. Kent 150. 6 for 6. Deficit's 143. Still plenty of runs to play with for Surrey, for their 4 more wickets that they need to win.
Yeah, I'm not saying the Kent tail's long, but the groundsmen seem to have started up the roller.
Well, the ground stuff, they've definitely turned something on, haven't they?
Steve Kirby at Somerset told me that at one stage his batting was so bad that the groundsman used to start up the roller as he used to walk out to bat. Here's Worrell in as good shape away to Everson, who leaves that one alone. It goes through into the gloves of Ben Folkes.
It all sounds like one of those big hover covers, but Kent don't actually have one, so it isn't. But some sort of machinery's on the go.
Hope it's not spoiling your enjoyment at home.
We'll turn it down slightly. There we go.
Yeah. You're listening to me, Dan Whiting, on BBC Radio London. Ben Watts on BBC Radio Kent. As Dan Worrell comes in. Oh, that's a little fish outside the off stump there by Everson.
Good bounce again from Worrell.
Yeah, he's extracting life out of this pitch, and he's running in hard, and he deserves a fifer. You know, everyone thinks Surrey are all about the stars, but the guys who are stepping up at the moment are the unsung heroes, the Dan Worrells, the Cameron Steeles, the Jordan Clarks, people like that. Here comes Worrell in, driven handsomely by Everson, but can only pick out Rory Burns at mid-off.
I think it's probably something to do with the stars that they do have, that the fact that Worrell isn't perhaps a star.
Yeah.
I think he would be at most other county teams, in fairness.
Yeah. He was at Gloucestershire.
Yeah, there you go. He was, you know, he was their main man, wasn't he, with the ball? Because he's just a quality operator. Back at the top of that very curved run once again.
Here he comes. That's driven beautifully there by Everson. It's actually hit one of the footholes at the bowler's mark, which has taken the pace off the ball, because it looked, when it left the bat, as if it was 4 runs all the way, and then it's got down the other end where Dan Worrell has been following through and sort of took a bobble and slowed considerably. They got 2 runs, but Burns managed to cut that off. Otherwise it was 4 runs when it left the bat. Worrell coming in past umpire Ben Debenham, and again that's played nice and straight, nice high elbow. Everson looks like he's got a nice technique here.
Yeah, he's a good bat. I was mentioning yesterday that arguably he's coming in a bit low at number 7. Often he finds himself in this kind of situation where he's left batting with the tail, whereas actually there's an argument to say that, you know, Kent brought him in as an all-rounder, but maybe he's more of a batting all-rounder. That facet of his game certainly seems to be the stronger of the two.
Yeah. Here comes the Victorian. Oh, that's a good bouncer. Everson sways it, watches it whistle past his nose.
Yeah, that was a nasty bumper, actually, from Dan Worrell, who's bowling with some vigour. 17 overs in this innings, 8 maidens, 4 for 30. He's not even going at 2 and over.
Yeah, it's 33 in July. Worrell.
Compare that to Kemar Roach, who's none for 60, and actually was getting hit around a little bit yesterday. There's a fair few Kent batters that, well, Finch and Crawley both got off the mark with boundaries, didn't they?
We're going to see Cumbria's finest after Ben Stokes come into the attack with Jordan Clark and Paul Nixon, who played down here for a little bit, didn't he, Paul Nixon? He left Leicestershire and came here for a bit before going back to Leicestershire as a coach. I mean, he's another Cumbrian. And Jack White at Northamptonshire, he's a Cumbrian. You don't get many from Cumbria who become first-class cricketers.
Jordan Clark then with a couple of slips, bustling in. Played away by Parkinson out towards backup point. Yeah, I'll show my age by saying that, you know, yesterday when we had our group of young lads at the far end who were playing a little game of cricket while the game was going on, well, that was me and my mates when Paul Nixon was keeping wicket for Kent. Yeah.
That's what it's about, though, and that's why, you know, you've got a lifetime love of cricket, and that's why you do what you do and love what you do as a job.
Clark bowls on the stumps. Parkinson again plays defensively up towards mid-off.
And I think counties like Kent have, you know, allowed kids to play on the outfield at sort of tea intervals, or back in the old days of the John Player League or whatever, the crowd would be on here playing, you know, with a bat and ball or whatever. And
used to run on at the end with your autograph book, collared the players before they even left the field.
And that's what, you know, that's what it's all about. That's why people get involved in the game, want to be a part of their county.
Turned away defensively by Parkinson. They do more organised signings at the end of T20 games these days, rather than just allowing people to run on.
Yeah. New Zealand, I did Gloucestershire versus New Zealand, which was a warm-up game. It was it actually got stopped from being a first-class fixture, even though we thought it was going to be a first-class fixture, and had a decent crowd in there. And New Zealand, to a man, all signed autographs for the kids. They all had their photos taken with selfies, and they were all just wonderful ambassadors for not only their country but for the game of cricket.
Jordan Clark to Matt Parkinson. Oh, fuller delivery, that one, driven away up towards mid-off for a single. We've got an email in on kentcricket@gmail.com from Jeff Green, who says, not from stats this time, but in the Sack Lane days at the Oval, Sack Lane Mushtaq, after he came back into the Surrey ranks after scoring a test century, he asked if that was enough to get him up to number 10 in the order. The answer, it wasn't. He still had to bat 11 for the next game. That's fantastic. Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you, Jeff.
Jordan Clark bowls. Full delivery again. Joey Everson, rather, with an on-drive up towards Kemar Roach. He's got one more ball to face now in this over. Deficit 140. Kent 159 for 6. Compton the one-man out today. Little nick at the outside edge from Worrell through to Folkes. That wicket. Similar fashion to the way he removed Crawley yesterday. Zach Crawley playing in his first game of the summer, having missed rounds 1 and 2. Opted out of those games, Zach Crawley. This one's defended away by Joey Everson. I wonder if in hindsight he might regret that decision, having seen everyone else, including Matty Potts, score massive runs against the Kookaburra.
Yeah. Steve Harmison, would you have him? No, he's untrustworthy. He'd go for a big hoik.
Hoggard was more of a...
Yeah, Hoggard could block it out.
Yeah. Stick around for a while, kind of tail ender.
It's the ones you use as a night watcher, isn't it? That's who you would sort of shove in. That's who Kent need today, isn't it? Down at their lower order. And
James Treadwell, maybe.
Yeah.
He'd be a decent man to have in at number 8 right now.
Yeah.
Left-handed bat, but obdurate. Sometimes got bumped up the order in one-day cricket. We waiting for a helmet or something?
You had a fine lower order Well, a couple of fine lower order batters played for England, and they were good fast bowlers. One was, well, Alan Eccleston's batting wasn't great, but Graham Dilley here, sadly both no longer with us. Here is a change of bowling, and Tom Laws is going to come into the attack from the Nackington Road end as Parkinson almost scoops that to square leg, but it just bounces short. It was in the air for a long time though.
Yeah, it was. I was mentioning about having a chat, wasn't I, with Matt Parkinson last night, and actually one slightly interesting bit at the end of our chat, I was saying about how much is he enjoying it down at Kent here. I was right, there is a helmet coming on. Somebody's bringing one on for Ryan Patel, although I think we might be waiting. Yes, are we going to do it?
Does he want it?
Yeah,
Yes, no,
yeah, we are.
yes.
Yeah. So Matt Parkinson was saying, actually, he quite likes how in this Kent dressing room he has a say.
Yeah.
He said in the Lancashire dressing room, it was obviously a very experienced bunch of guys.
Yeah.
And, you know, with the sort of core leadership team they've got there, the stalwarts of that team and county cricket, he didn't really feel he got a massive input in terms of, I don't know, tactics or whatnot.
Laws in, edged and just dropped short. I don't know if that quite carried to Dominic Sibley, but it runs away over the practice wickets down here for 4 runs. Did that carry?
Well, I wasn't sure if it quite got there, to be honest. And if it did, it was very low for Dom Sibley to try and almost scoop it up off the grass. Difficult chance. But yeah, Matt Parkinson enjoying being a slightly more senior player, really, in this sort of young Kent group, and being an ex-England player, and, you know, being able to really get his voice heard, perhaps, and have a bit of a say.
Well, that's what he's been brought in for, as that's an appeal only from the bowler. I was just about to watch the replay. I hate it when that happens, when the bowlers actually
they just
bowling
interrupt the replay,
and they yeah.
It's very inconvenient of them,
Yeah,
isn't
it's
it?
very rude.
If they could just wait for a moment while we watch the replay of the previous delivery.
Very rude.
That hover cover that doesn't exist is back again.
Yeah. I think it's no, it's short of Sibley. I've just watched it. Just short of Dominic Sibley. Here's Tom Laws, as that's played pleasantly up the hill. That's going to run away for 4 runs. Parkinson looking in fine fettle.
It's actually timed the cover really nicely.
Yeah.
To move to 15 from 21 balls. Maybe Matt Parkinson's the man for the situation after all.
Possibly. Possibly. Maybe.
I don't remember seeing him bat at 11 for England, in fairness.
Maybe the Kent tail is wagging like the happiest of Labradors when you put his food down.
I mean, that may be slightly premature for
Laws in. Parkinson gets on the front foot, solid in defence, plays it out to Rory Burns at mid-off. 167 for 6 now. Parkinson racing along to 15. Everson been a little bit more circumspect. He's on 20 or 54 balls. Tom Laws 5.5 overs, none for 26, but you can bet Laws will have a say in the game somewhere. 39 wickets for Surrey last year, as Parkinson defends that one out to Jordan Clark at mid-on. Yep, so Laws figures last year. He played in 10 matches. He bowled 205 overs. He went at, well, he went for 771 runs, so that's an economy rate of 3.74. But he took 39 wickets, which almost, you know, was double that of, say, Gus Atkinson, and just shy of Jordan Clark and Dan Worrell. So, you know, he got as many as Sean Abbott, say, he got a couple more than Sean Abbott, say, for instance. So he's an integral part of this side, even though he's only a youngster and 21, and he averaged 19.76 last year.
Yeah, I was really impressed with what I saw of him. This one beats the outside edge from Jordan Clark to Joey Everson. What were his best figures? Because I have a vague recollection of him getting a 5-wicket haul against Kent in one of the games.
5 for 22.
May well be been.
He got 3 fifers.
Yeah, one of those may well have been against Kent.
3 Michelles, as they say in the as the players call them. Jordan Clark, he just got the 1-5. He got a 5 for 79.
Here he comes. Joey Everson trying to field this away off the back foot. Or didn't really kind of get any kind of purchase or weight of the bat behind it.
I mean, the reason why Surrey won the county championship, to win the county championship, you have to have an attack capable of taking 20 wickets.
Yeah,
that is probably more important than having a batting side.
Clark bowls, all driven back past him, up towards mid-off. Yeah, because, I mean, in general, most of the top counties have got good batters and sets of batters.
Yeah.
So actually, and it's almost these days not just about having, you know, a good A-string bowling attack. It's about having the guys that come in, like Tom Laws, who are almost just as good. When you have injuries and rotation, etc., as this one is full and defended away past the stumps at the bowler's end by Everson.
But if you look at last year's figures, Laws topping the averages with 39 wickets at 19.76. Atkinson then with 20 wickets at 20.2. Jordan Clark 48 wickets, 21.35. Dan Worrell 48 wickets at 24.2. Sean Abbott, Kemar Roach, who picked up 37 and 26 wickets apiece.
Clark bowls. Everson times is slightly better, but out towards backward point straight to him.
And then you have people like Will Jacks came in and he got 10 wickets. But, you know, what you've got there, you've got 6, 7 bowlers. Jamie Overton, the other one, 14 wickets at 24. So you've got everyone chipping in with the wickets and all averaging between sort of 19 and 26. All picking up between 20 and 40, 50 wickets.
Clark bowls to Everson. Again squirms his way out towards backward point. No further run, so a maiden over. And Kent remain 167 for 6. So that was the title winning team. If you compare that to Kent last season, who just scraped their way to safety, in terms of the sheer weight of wickets, you know, there was nobody in any kind of similar ballpark, I don't think.
No, you leading wicket takers were Agar and Quinn, who got 21 each. Agar at 28.33, Quinn at 33.09. So that tells a story, doesn't it? Kadri got 15 as Laws comes in from the Nackington Road end. That's gone fine. I don't think Kemar Roach is going to cut that one off. And it goes away for 4 runs, takes the score into the 170s.
Parkinson's up to 19.
Yeah, he's flying.
He's almost about to overtake Everson.
Yeah, but if you look down, I mean, you've got Kadri with 15, Leaning got 12, Hogan got 14, Arshdeep Singh 13, Joey Everson got 19, but there's no one really, in the sort of 30s, 40s, 50s.
Yeah, quite.
Being the man. Laws in again, thumped into the covers with good timing from Parkinson. The batting, however, for Kent was a little bit more respectable. Bill Drummond, nearly 1,000 runs. 44, Everson, over 1,000 runs. Compton over 1,000 runs. Leaning over 1,000 runs. Good bouncer. There, goes into the gloves of Folks. But if you look through the averages here, Bell Drummond 44, Crawley 43, Finch 39, Moyet 35, O'Riordan 35. Where is O'Riordan?
He's been captain in the second team the last couple of weeks.
Okay.
Did have an injury that kept him out of the team for much of last summer.
Tom Laws comes in, and that's just defended out to Jordan Clark.
Probably would have been a toss-up last week between Jaden Denley and O'Riordan to come into the side when Everson was injured. But Denley got the nod. Denley Jr. obviously played a key part in Kent getting the draw against Essex.
Conor McCur's name appears there. Was he on loan from Surrey? Played a couple of games for Kent last year. Scored.
I think he scored more runs than he did in terms of wicket taking, perhaps.
That's gone out into. Oh, that's pushed out into the covers and bowled back in at the stumps.
Well, who was doing the bowling action in that situation?
I think it's Worrell. I've never seen that.
He's trying to get his fifer, wasn't he?
There was a run-out opportunity, and he's actually bowled it in at the stumps. Folks is scrambling up there and trying to make the stumps, and Worrell bowls.
Do you think that's what he was doing? He was waiting for folks to arrive and actually was going for the bowling action to try and get it kindly for his keeper on the bounce.
I wonder if he can bowl it quicker than he can throw it, perhaps. Here's Tom Laws. That's just tickled off the legs down
that
for
was very bizarre.
A languid single out to square leg. I've never seen anything like it.
Come on, we're in a hurry here. We're trying to run this batter out, and you're going up into, cocking your wrist and getting into your
I mean, I think
gather.
I think he even looked to see if the seam was in the right position on his fingers.
Trying to get a bit of in-swing back towards the stumps from the position he was at. Cover point.
You're listening to Ben Watts on BBC Radio Kent and Dan Whiting on BBC Radio London as Surrey are looking to wrap this County Championship Division 1 game up here at the Spitfire St Lawrence Ground down in Canterbury.
It's Clark who's trying to get the wicket at the moment. Jordan Clark to Parkinson. No, Everson's on strike, of course he is, because he got the single at the end of the last over. So he's on 21, Parkinson's on 20. Getting 173 for 6 in their second innings, and the deficit down to 126 runs, which is not too sad considering it started at the beginning of the day at 179. So they've actually scored at an okay rate in this opening hour of day 4. Well, the ball is under inspection from the umpires. Jordan Clark has just handed it to umpire Burns. Umpire Debenham's joining in. They got the same hat on today, Dan.
They have. Burns went for a Dickie Bird style sort of white cap, which made him look a bit like the Harry Enfield character, who was, I think he was known as Only Me, who you don't want to do it that way. And it was most amusing yesterday.
Yeah, for a bit of a change up. The ball has been tossed back to the Surrey captain, Rory Burns, and the umpires have said, no, you'll have to keep using that, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure it can be that bad. It seems to have been swinging around a bit for them this morning. Jordan Clark's seemingly not happy with it. He's got his big black headband on at the moment, Jordan Clark, to keep that mullet in check as he bowls. Everson has scythed this away through point for 4 runs, as if to say, yeah, there must be something wrong with that ball, but you can go and pick it up for me. If you want to come and bowl it again, that's a vicious stroke. And he moves to 25. Patient knock from him thus so far, facing 63 balls. 177 for 6. That's not going to help the shape, though, for these Surrey fielders and bowlers. Rory Burns is giving it a bit of a scrub on the inside of his right sleeve before handing it back to Clark. Bowls again wide of the off stump. Everson almost chopped it on
there.
Yeah, chopped it onto his toe.
Yeah.
Rather than onto the stumps.
Because I saw him chop it on, the ball went backwards towards there, and then I saw the ball squirt out towards point, and I thought, oh, he's chopped it onto the stumps, but he's actually chopped it onto his pad, hasn't it? It could have gone anywhere.
Congratulations, by the way, to a woman of this parish, England batter, Tammy Beaumont, who got married yesterday.
Oh,
so, yeah, congratulations.
Congratulations.
Tammy and her new husband. As Jordan Clark is in and bowling. Well, was a little bit uppish for a moment from Joey Everson as it was tucked into the onside, but it beat Ryan Patel and went away for a single. I believe that Kent women got a victory yesterday as well, actually. They were playing Middlesex. Yeah, 15-year-old Genevieve Gier top scored with the bat. Made her first senior 5-wicket haul, including a hat-trick, as Kent's women defeated Middlesex in their first women's 50-over county match of the season. What a game that was. This one's defended away. Yorker from Jordan Clark to Matt Parkinson. Yeah, what a game for
well bowled.
Genevieve Gier.
We've had a message on Twitter from Adrian Thomas, who's a big Gloucestershire fan. I don't know why he's tuning in to us. Maybe he can't bear to watch Gloucestershire's collapse down at Hove, but he's tuning in to us, and he's a good lad, Tommy. He's a Bristol Rovers and Gloucestershire County Cricket Club are
They're
his
still only
his
6
big loves.
down, Gloucestershire. They haven't lost any more wickets since we last told you their score. This one is flicked away behind square by Parkinson. It was well watched. He gets a single. Is it the end of the over? Yeah, it is. 179 for 6. Kent. Parkinson 21. The deficit's down to 120.
And he's answered our Jack Leach question.
Oh,
Leach opened as the England for England as they had 1 over to bat at the end of play on the night before. And he said Tom Smith and Steve Kirby once batted to tea, having been night watchman for Gloucestershire.
Yeah, Tom Smith. He can hang around.
Smudger. He's a decent batter. He's just used in white ball cricket by Gloucestershire now, but he's
just a good cricketer.
Yeah, he is a good cricketer. He's a good bowler, and obviously what he's been through with his wife passing away and left him with young children there, and he's a fine man. Adrian also continues. Tommy, this is lovely. I mean, if you want the answer, you in Bristol, if you're ever down in Bristol, just ask Tommy. He said Frank McHugh was the worst batter, and a man who was here, as well as a Gloucestershire, Kevin Jarvis. He was no great shakes. We're going to see Cameron Steele. And said the lime tree fell in 2005. That's nearly 20 years ago now, in high winds. Thanks, Adrian. As Cameron Steele comes in as starts off with leg spinner to leg spinner, as Matt Parkinson plays that one out into the offside. Steele just tossing the ball from hand to hand. I've been very, very impressed with this guy. Oh, not with that one, no. He's got away with that as a full toss is smashed to backward point. But he bowled very, very well on Saturday, on the second day of this game. And I interviewed him at close of play, and he said I was really pleased with my bowling. As that's well bowled, and Parkinson defends. He'll know a thing about leg spin, won't he, Parkinson? He'll know. He'll be able to pick the googly, won't he?
I'd have thought so.
Yeah. Short, Parkinson punches that into the offside and ambles through for a single as it goes out to the cover boundary. So 180 for 6. Been plenty of people asking me about Mark Church. Mark's not well at the moment, so you're lumbered with me on BBC Radio London. As that's well bowled by Steele, goes past the outside edge of Everson's bat. Yeah, so I don't know what's wrong with Mark. You know, wish him well, and if he's listening in, Mark, as well, we wish you well at home. Meanwhile,
yeah, a lot of love for Mr. Church.
Yeah, everyone loves Church. He's one of those sort of legends, as that's just played with a thick inside edge out onto the onside there. As Kent are 180 for 6, as we've had just over an hour's play this morning, and we've just lost the 1 wicket, which was that of Ben Compton, who nicked off to Dan Worrell of a delivery where Worrell came. Nearly called him Stan Laurel there. Stan Worrell, who came around the wicket and angled it into him, one that he had to play at, and he feathered it through to the gloves of Ben Folkes.
Perhaps a surprise that that's been the only wicket of the day so far.
Well, you never know. Kent are fighting hard here.
They've got
81
more overs to bat.
Ben Watts.
I wish I didn't look now.
Ben Watts is right. He'll be counting down every ball.
Oh, that's too much for my maths, as this one's tailed in slightly to the right-hander from Jordan Clark, but nicely played by Matt Parkinson again, who's batting with a bit of class at the moment for his 22 from 35 balls.
Just 485 balls to go for you, Ben. All right, mate. You just hang in there, sunshine.
Let's just get to lunch, shall we? Here comes Clark. Parkinson again obdurate in defence. 484. Update on the way for BBC Radio Kent. Well, Kent are actually showing a little bit of resistance here. Surrey still very much the favourites to win the game. Just 4 more wickets they require after removing Ben Compton. Dan Worrell had him nicked behind for 17. That's the 1 wicket and only wicket to fall so far today, because Matt Parkinson's come in at number 8 and has put 22 on the board and been very stubborn alongside Joey Everson, who's batted patiently for his 26. So realistically, it is still going to be Surrey's day. 80 more overs required for Kent to bat out. But at the moment, they're at least showing a little bit of determination to take this a little bit deeper than perhaps one might have anticipated. 180 for 6 the Kent score. The deficit has been chopped down to 119. Commentary continues online with Kent batting on here on the final day against Surrey. Couple of slips for Clark, who is again fended off by Parkinson on the front foot, this time outside the off stump.
We've not had much decent music come through from the studio, have we, at BBC Kent?
What song's going to come on after this little jingle that we can hear at the minute?
We started off with Sweet Dreams by Eurythmics the other day, and we had Robert Palmer, Addicted to Love.
Here comes Jordan Clark. Oh, almost a drag on from Parkinson. Again, it's popped off the toe, as happened to Joey Everson a moment ago. Name this tune, Dan. What's in our headphones at the moment?
Ooh.
Oh, the presenter's just told us. That's disappointing.
ABC, shoot that poison arrow through my heart. Bit of Martin Fry coming through our headphones here from ABC. What a fine album that was, The Lexicon of Love.
So Clark for the final time in this over. It's currently maiden. Be looking to join the dots, as they say. Parkinson. Oh, ducks underneath it was a short one. Umpires looking at one another. Is that too high? I think for a man of Matt Parkinson's stature, it probably was too high. So a no ball has been signalled.
It's like a disco in this commentary box.
Just all of a sudden, you and I just...
For those not knowing what we're on about, we've got the feed of BBC Radio Kent still in our earphones from Ben Watts' update a moment ago. And we've got Poison Arrow by ABC coming through our headphones as we're trying to commentate
I'll
here.
ring them up in a minute. Here comes Jordan Clark. That is the final legitimate ball of the over. He's chucked it down the leg side. Good take from Folkes.
Never got this at Gloucestershire, Ben. Never got this at Gloucestershire.
182 for 6. The deficit down to 117. Sorry, still the favourites for this one, but Kent digging in, as they say.
Yeah, 182 for 6. Parkinson on 22 off 41 balls. Joey Everson's on 26 off 67 balls. Cameron Steele is going to take us away. It wouldn't surprise me if we saw Dan Lawrence have a little twirl as well at some point, possibly. I think he's got like a golden arm as opposed to the poison arrow. As Steele comes in, arrows one into the pads of Joey Everson there. Yeah, Martin Fry, ABC, good Sheffield band. There's a lot of Sheffield music around at that time, as that's driven nicely. Can only pick out Lawrence though at extra cover. A lot of Sheffield music around that time. Heaven 17, Human League. Seems to be a halcyon times, salad days for Sheffield
Monkey
music.
Sheffield as well.
They are, yeah. That just goes out to mid-wicket, no run. Steele I think it's hard for leg spinners when we've had such a cold wind here over the last few days to actually get the fingers moving, you know. Here comes Steele as that's driven out to extra cover. Ben Watts is just on the phone to BBC Radio Kent asking him to turn this off, but I'm quite enjoying it, Ben. I'm quite enjoying a bit of ABC. Here comes Steele. Oh, that's well bowled. I think that was the googly. There's a mix-up here, and he's going to be gone. Has he gone? Run out? No, says umpire Ben Debenham. It wasn't a great throw from Kemar Roach either.
Just managed to scramble back there, Matt Parkinson.
Yeah, it was yes, no. Everson sent Parkinson back. Parkinson scrambles back and just about gets back with a dive as Steele had to collect the throw from above his head and then take the stumps, as that's well bowled. That's a good over there from Cameron Steele. He's a popular cricketer, Steele, and you know, sort of after the interview I did with him on Saturday night, a lot of people from his old counties, from Middlesex, from Durham, all said, "I'm really glad he's doing so well."
Yeah, nice.
Because he's a, you know, he's a good lad, and that's a, you know, a mark of a man, isn't it?
Yeah, you'll have to get him in your cricket fantasy team going forward if he continues this form.
Yeah, I will. I might bring him in because he likes the oval.
I'd imagine he's a reasonably priced option as well.
Yeah, I'd say so.
So Jordan Clark to continue. Decent all-round capabilities as well. We saw some of those bludgeoning sixes from him yesterday against Parkinson. Now they resume their battle, but Parkinson this time has a bat in hand and he's plonking himself on the front foot and playing this up towards mid-off.
Ben Watts now has 473 balls to go before Kent hold
You've been
out
counting.
for a
Got a tally on the go.
manually.
Got the umpire ticker out.
Yeah.
Keep it around in your pocket at all times. Here comes Clark. Softly played into the onside by Parkinson.
Yeah, I've got a clicker. It's on a wheel.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But it's like a grooved wheel, and it takes some getting used to. You have to harden the skin on your thumb.
Oh,
It's
really?
like, yeah, you get pre-season injuries. You know, like off spinners get calluses on their fingers.
Yeah, yeah.
Umpires probably get, you know, same on their thumbs from, you know, working the wheel of the ball counter.
Here comes Clark. Oh, where's that lift come from?
He does get it from nowhere. We've said this on the first day, didn't we? And we saw it at the Oval last week. And it was Jordan Clark who was getting the lift in the game, despite Surrey having the, you know, the extra pace from Gus Atkinson or Jamie Overton. It was Clark who extracted life out of the pitch.
Is he a sort of heavy ball type bowler, perhaps,
Yeah.
Jordan Clark?
Yeah, hits the splice.
Here he comes again. He's banging that one in properly after seeing some encouragement the previous delivery. But Parkinson is short of stature and just bobbing underneath it fairly easily.
Yeah, they're putting a short leg in now. It wouldn't surprise me if Parkinson started to get some chin music, or into the rib cage at least.
Saying that he and some of the other bowlers have been working hard in the winter with men's batting consultant Toby Radford.
He's a good coach. He's a good coach. He's been out in the West Indies, hasn't he? I think Toby Radford.
Defends this one away. It was a fuller delivery. It was the bluff from Jordan Clark.
He played at Middlesex, didn't he?
Yeah, I think
and was
he
he at Glamorgan
I think
as
he might
well?
have even coached it there as well.
Yeah.
possibly.
Let's have a look. Let's have a look. I'm sure all the listeners at home will want to be knowing where Toby Radford played.
Robbie Joseph, the new bowling coach
Yeah.
here at Kent, having been down at Gloucestershire
Yeah,
in previous years.
good man, Robbie.
He's currently doing a lap of the boundary, actually, I think, with one of the young Kent seamers. And the sunshine. Another short ball from Clark through to Folkes. Parkinson happy to play no stroke and get himself well out of the way. End of another over. 182 for 6.
Yep, Toby Radford played 14 first-class games. He played for Middlesex in 94 and 1995, and then Sussex in 96 and 97. Then went into what was then the minor counties at Berkshire. Now it's the national counties. And he was first 11 coach by Middlesex in 2007 and won the T20 with Middlesex in 2008.
How rude that was against Kent.
It was against Kent, yes. As that's played out into the offside, Tyrone Henderson, I think, bowled the last over.
Don't remind me.
And Middlesex almost threw it away with an overthrow, I seem to recall. He also won the second 11 trophy as well, and then went out to Barbados, where he worked for the West Indies. Then became head coach at Glamorgan, taking over from Matthew Mott, and then left there and then joined Kent in 2023, as that's just left alone there by Parkinson. Goes through to the gloves of Ben Folkes. Yeah, he bowled a little bit of off spin. He was a batter. He's 52 years old now, Toby Radford. Ah, what's happened there? Folkes has taken the bails off and they're appealing for the call behind, and neither umpire is moved. It's not out.
I was slightly baffled by that. There was stump bails on the floor. Bowler was appealing.
I was looking at
keeper was appealing.
I was looking at the umpire at the Nackington Road end, glancing over to square leg. Had to have eyes everywhere there. But the long and short of it is not out at both umpires. Steele tosses that one up, pleasantly played, but can only find backward point. Where I think that's Dan Lawrence there. Steele. Rhythmical action and gets a bit of a leading edge there from Parkinson, but no harm done. I wouldn't mind seeing a man short in front of Parkinson on the offside to stop him from lunging forward. I think it would be a good aggressive move. He's got a short cover as this comes in and goes out to backward point, but I'd like to see a silly point or even a silly mid-off there to stop him from lunging forward, and then maybe the googly comes in and brings LBW into play perhaps. We've got, how long have we got? 45 minutes to lunch. It's fixed lunch on the last day, isn't it?
It is.
So we've been all over the place with our lunches, with 104 over days as we've had here in the last 2 days, and
we had an early lunch on one day, didn't we?
We've had an early lunch. We've had
probably around now
2 late lunches. We've had a early tea, a late tea, a very late tea. We've had a couple of late finishes. We had Saturday night was a 7:10 job here. The moon actually came out.
Yeah, I was at wedding. It was cutting the cake and first dance time by the time you lot finished.
Yeah.
On Saturday. Clark bowls, full delivery, spanked away for 4 by Joey Everson through the covers. That's a very pleasant drive. And he moves on to 31 with that stroke.
That was a lovely shot, yeah. In fact, Saturday felt like such a long day. I was surprised the bowler wasn't calling last orders. As we were about to finish play here, and Ben Watts was away gallivanting at a wedding and thoroughly enjoying himself, whilst we were freezing cold in this commentary box here at Canterbury.
They had this rather swanky, you know how these days at weddings they often have photo booths?
Yeah.
Where you can, get various props and lark around and take some photos. Well, they had a slightly different take on that.
Okay. I'm all ears.
So there was what I can only describe as, sometimes in arcades or in bowling alleys where they have some of the sort of games and machines and basketball hoops or whatever, and they sometimes have like a dance mat type game, and you have to,
and sort of teenage girls like
shimmy
it,
your
don't
way
they?
to the right and the left. But anyway, so there was some sort of platform a bit like that where you would stand maybe 2, 3, 4 of you as Clark bowls. Oh, it's back to him and it's dropped. It's a sharp caught and bowled chance. Everson with a Fierce drive back in Clark's direction, but it's just slipped through the hands. Gets to life on 31.
Yeah, just one slip in now, and we've got a silly mid on, and we've got a short mid wicket.
Well, it's not going to be too costly for Surrey just yet. I think it may be just the difference between us finishing before lunch or after it. So there's a leading edge from Everson as he tries to play into the leg side. That balloons up into the off and out towards mid-off. And yeah, so that you would stand on this platform, and then they had a camera on a which would rotate around said sort of circular platform.
Okay, yeah.
And so it was like a 3D, or like a 360 rather, camera.
Nice.
And so you would, you know, sort of dance to whatever song was going on. And then it would get filmed as this is defended away by Everson. And then it would kind of go to a slow-mo and reverse back. And yeah, so you ended up with this funny video instead of a...
I've got visions of it being a posh wedding, being a Tunbridge Wells wedding, being you know quite nice. You know, it wasn't held in the the working men's club down the road.
Well, it was actually in Maidstone, on the fringes of Moat Park, so it was very scenic. It's a place called the Orangery. So yeah,
okay.
it was very pleasant.
Yeah.
This one's defended away into the onside. End of the over. Kent are 187 for 6. The deficit is 112. More paraphernalia is being brought out.
There are some lovely parts of this county. There really are. I mean, I've driven down here regularly, and sort of been out and about in my few days down here, and there are some really beautiful parts. There are some towns perhaps that aren't so nice.
Yeah, it's the case with everywhere, isn't it?
Yeah, some towns that are maybe the compost heap in the Garden of England, perhaps. But we won't name them publicly, but I think we know where we're talking about.
Compost heap.
We've just got a delay in play at the moment. We have got a short leg coming in, which is what we wanted to see. I think, is that Dan Lawrence going in close there on the leg side, and he's just putting some pads, as is the fashion these days, on the underneath his trousers. Is he going to go in at short leg or silly point? Because I fancy silly point. Yeah, they've listened to me. Here we go. Here we go.
Whiting, very good.
Yeah, so we've got a silly point going in here. Or no, he's more of a silly mid-off actually.
Right in his eye line, isn't it?
Yeah. Here we go. And see, that goes through to the gloves of Folks, but already Parkinson there is trying to play a shot, trying to, remove the close fielder and doing stuff that maybe he wouldn't have done in the over before and left that. That's wide, and again misses that. Folks removes the bails. 187 for 6. It's 39 minutes now for Kent just to hold out to lunch. Can they do it? Here's Steele. Oh, that's well bowled. Stopped what it's done there. As I said at the over before, it stopped Parkinson from lunging forward and smothering the spin. And having the silly mid-off there has kept him back in his crease, and he's been beaten a couple of times, having stayed back in his crease, as that one is just jammed out and squirts back with a square on the offside for no run. But what it's doing is actually keeping him in his crease, so he can't get forward to smother the spin, and the ball's going past the outside edge of the bat. Good cricket there from Rory Burns. Good attacking cricket. That's swept. Appeal from Folks, but I think that's a run actually. It wasn't a very convincing one. I think it's come off the glove actually, rather than the bat, but it counts on Parkinson's tally, and he moves on to 23. Everson on 31. Last wicket was on 139, so we're nearly on a 50 partnership here. Yeah.
Good spot.
Yeah.
New Kent had halved that or taken that deficit down a fair bit.
Yeah. Deficit is now Nelson, which is, Yeah, pretty good going. I think Kent showed a lot of spirit here. And if Kent can come out with a draw here, it could be season defining for them. It really could be. Worcestershire got beaten yesterday. Who else do I think is going to be down the bottom? Well, Somerset probably going to draw their game against Nottingham. So they could, if they bat.
Yeah, Nottinghamshire were the only team that lost in the first couple of rounds, weren't they? Albeit it was to Essex.
Yeah, but maybe you want that to be a draw, don't you? Because I think Nottinghamshire could possibly be a bit down the bottom with you.
I mean, over the last couple of years, they generally have kind of been down there-ish, haven't they?
Yeah.
White ball's obviously their stronger suit. This one's down the leg side from Jordan Clark as Parkinson moved across his stumps and went to flick it away. If you want to keep up to date with all the other matches that are currently taking place today, that are still going, after wins for Essex, Durham and Middlesex on day 3, all the details from the team on the BBC Sport website and on the app. Chris Harvey, Adam Lanigan, Paul Grunow and Deepak Mahai are on duty today, as this one is sprayed again down the leg side by Jordan Clark. 50 partnership between Miles Hammond and Zafagoa. Gloucestershire still 6 down, trying to fend off Sussex after their
How many
start.
in the lead at Gloucestershire now?
69.
Okay. Yeah, Gloucestershire, I mean, that was nailed on for a draw, and then Gloucestershire had a spectacular collapse yesterday evening.
50 for Robbie Yates for Warwickshire. That one against Hampshire is very much looking like a draw.
He's a good player. There was delivery in the Sussex-Gloucestershire game when I saw Jaden Seal bowling Ollie Price, who left it, and the ball nipped back miles, took his off stump.
This one defended away into the pads and comes out on the offside from Parkinson. Yeah, fair few games that have gone to an early lunch. The Midlands looking a bit soggy this afternoon.
Okay. Well, if you're supporting one of those counties, joining us here, we welcome you. Here, BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London.
Here comes Clark once more, short leg in play. Oh, he's almost snaffled it, moving to his left there, Ryan Patel. In the end, it was almost one hand, one bounce, cricket changing room type stuff.
You play that game as well.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Again, you've got to smother the spin with that.
Yeah, very much so. To be honest, sometimes that's more fun than the actual game. You're almost like, oh, I don't want it to stop raining. This is more entertaining than the battering we're about to get if we go out to the middle and play properly.
Yeah.
There was my club had a brilliant one the other year where we were 11 for 7 as Clark is patted away by Parkinson, and it absolutely monsooned down, and both teams got 10 points out of it and a draw.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that we were going to get absolutely hammered. So yeah, that will forever be my most favourite rainy day at cricket, I think.
It depends how much life is in the tennis ball as well. Sometimes it's worth just having a massive wipe and smashing it to clear the close field.
Or if you have the tape on one side. This one's defended away by Parkinson. Did I read an article the other day that there was a sort of inner city tape ball league?
Yeah,
like
there is.
Actual official.
There is, yeah.
Competition.
There's a few lads at my cricket club who play it as well over in sort of East London, Walthamstow way, and you know, the Pakistani guys love it because that's what they play back in Pakistan. They play tape ball and they absolutely love the game, and apparently it comes through quite rapid, the tape ball. It's got a bit of life to it.
On sort of YouTube and on social media, there's a few kind of Australian backyard type games that get filmed and put online for people to watch.
Yeah, driven nicely there by Everson from the bowling of Cameron Steele. Can't get it past cover though.
So yeah, that's always good fun, seeing someone get peppered by short pitch stuff against the tape ball.
That's played off the back foot nicely. Might get 2 here. They run the first one quickly, and that is the 50 partnership. Well batted, Matt Parkinson and Joey Everson. Everson's got 21 of them, Parkinson 23. They've been there for An hour and 9 minutes, and that's lasted for 111 balls, and they're showing a lot of heart here, Kent, and making Surrey have a think about things. This game is not a foregone conclusion by any stretch of the imagination.
They're showing this pitch is better than Kent have perhaps batted on it previously.
Yeah, that's cut nicely by Parkinson. Parkinson looks a better batter than I thought he'd be, actually. I always thought of, I mean, I haven't seen that much of his batting over the years, and I've always just dismissed him as being a, you know,
tail end bunny.
Oh, that's nearly bowled him. He's just about jammed the bat down on that one.
Yeah, did well there.
I've always dismissed him as being a, you know, a ferret, as someone who goes in after the rabbits, you know. So, but he's better than that.
Yeah.
I would say he's probably a 9 at the moment. Plays that one out defensively into the offside. I'd say he's probably a 9 at the moment, but I think he's got potential to turn himself into a, you know, an 8, possibly even a 7.
Yeah, he's batting at 8 in this innings, mainly because Kent are missing a few bowlers that can bat a bit, like Sir Wes Agar and Nathan Gilchrist.
Steele cuts nicely. Oh, watch the spin there.
Yeah, both of those were rested for this game there, rather than it being any kind of long-term injury concerns.
Yeah, there was no run there, by the way, but it did almost fox the fielder. One of those ones that's cut off a leg spinner at backward point that arcs back towards the 3rd boundary.
Is it Wes Agar who's with Robbie Joseph walking around the boundary, or is it the great man that is Matt Quinn, style guru, with the shades on?
He looks a rather smooth dude, whoever he is. In his beanie hat.
Matt Quinn is a bit of a fashionista, but
is he?
I don't know if he's... I haven't actually seen him on the ground last couple of days. As this one's Clark to Everson, left alone outside the off stump. Yeah, it could well be him. He's tall and lean. He's got a beanie hat on and the Kent Cricket Club gilet. Surrey have got very straight, short mid-on.
Yeah.
As well as a fairly tight mid-wicket in play, as well as the one slip, point cover mid-off, long leg, defended away by Everson. Got another update for BBC Radio Kent incoming. I'm going to have to amend my instructions to the studio if Kent bat for much longer. I was suggesting it may well be done by lunch this game, but Kent have shown perhaps a bit more resistance than some supporters might have even expected.
Yeah, well,
this morning, having started off 120 for 5, which is nice to see. Surrey having to stay patient. Clark to Everson. Well, defends this into the offside.
Long may it continue, because I've just heard the traffic report
from
BBC Radio Kent, and there's problems on the A2. So.
Oh, that's not what we want. We're trying to leave Canterbury later on. Yeah, Kent are showing a little bit of resistance at the moment, and still 4 more wickets required for Surrey to win the game. They've only taken 1 thus far today. That was Ben Compton batting a bit lower down the order than normal, the opener, as Everson clips this one away into the leg side for a run. He nicked off to Dan Worrell. Beauty from him. 4 wickets so far in this innings. He was excellent late last night, helping Surrey to reduce Kent to 120 for 5 after Surrey had declared on 543 for 750 for Dom Sibley and a century for Dan Lawrence. But at the moment, Matt Parkinson, 23 from him, 33 from Joey Everson. A 50 stand between these two for the 8th wicket is just holding up the possibly inevitable Surrey victory. They've still got to bat for 72 overs today, Ken, if they are going to escape with a draw. The weather's not going to save them either. It's a beautiful sunny day here at Canterbury. So at the moment, Ken just trying to maybe see things out till lunch and then go from there. They're 190 for 6 as commentary continues online. So now the fielder under the helmet is in a forward short leg, slightly shorter delivery from Clark, which Parkinson pats away. So yeah, there must have been a sweeper on the onside that collected that shot from Joey Everson that we can't see due to the corner of the Frank Woolley obscuring our view from the commentary box.
Yeah, I did speak slightly early the other day on Alex Hode was giving his updates to back to your headquarters.
Right.
I did speak slightly early, and Alex asked me that I enjoy making my debut on BBC Kent.
Defended away by Everson into the covers, end of the over, 190 for 6.
Yeah, a few Surrey guys here. There's quite a decent crowd actually, considering a lot of people thought that this game was dead in the water.
Well,
but
yeah, I did.
there's a few
Wonder how many
travelled up
people would
from
come
London.
today.
The Peter May boys over to our left with their flags up, and there's a few Surrey fans in here to our left, and there's a few Kent guys as well.
Yeah.
So fair play to them.
They're very helpfully all wearing, you know, club gear.
Yeah.
So we can tell the difference.
Cameron Steele. Yeah, that's
The caps with the horse on are normally a good clue from a Kent point of view.
Yeah.
Gentleman's got an old school Surrey polo or fleece on.
Yeah.
Way to our left.
That's just defended into the offside.
Must be a good 20 years old, possibly.
Yeah, I'd say possibly older, maybe.
The retro gear is all the rage these days, isn't it?
Yeah.
I wish I'd have kept some of my old football shirts and cricket tops when I was younger now. Used to get rid of them when I was grown out of them.
That's driven nicely out to long off for a single. Ben and I had a little walk around the ground during a rain delay on the first day, and there's a rather nice club shop here, isn't there?
Yeah,
At
we
Kent
popped in.
County Cricket Club, and we had a little mooch around some of the old retro shirts, didn't we, that Kent have worn over their sort of T20 and one day sides back in the 90s.
Yes, they've
just played into the onside, no run.
Yeah, they've sort of reproduced those. The one from 2007 when they won the T20 Cup for the first time, and then the kind of black first ever T20 shirt when the short format game first came out. Oh,
It's defended, and short, silly mid-off, tries to...
really short, isn't he?
He's in very close. He's just off the cut strip. In fact, his toe is about an inch.
Could reach out and touch Matt Parkinson.
Yeah. Yeah, sort of a flourish of the blade there might even hit him. So that's played out to mid-wicket. No run, that's another over. Ticked off for the host today.
Get a big reverse sweep out, try and pop him on the grill.
Yeah, but again, that's part of the game, isn't it? That's part of what Rory Burns is trying to do. He's trying to make him play a full shot to remove that fielder out of the action and do something that Parkinson doesn't want to do.
Yeah, Parkinson, having motored to 20, hasn't scored a run for about 50 balls. It's very much becalmed at the moment.
Yeah.
And Tom Laws is going to come on for Jordan Clark.
Yeah, we haven't seen Laws much from the pavilion end, actually, in the whole game.
No.
Have we seen him at all?
I don't think we have, to be honest.
No, I think he's bowled from the Nackington Road end all the time.
So he's going to see if he can utilise the slope in a slightly different way. Bowling to Joey Everson. Playing this one back towards him. Everson's faced 91 deliveries now for his 34. Former Notts all-rounder, England under-19 player, a couple of years or so ago. What's he now, Joey Everson? 20, 22, 23?
Yeah, he's still a whippersnapper.
Bowls again down the leg side. Tom Laws tumbling Ben Folkes, saving himself from any buys. Have we had any buys in the game from against Ben Folkes? I don't remember them if we have.
We had a very nice lady in here yesterday.
No buys in this innings. No buys in the first innings.
No. We had a very nice lady in, didn't we, as our third voice? Well, we've had some lovely people in as our third voices right through this game, and you lumbered with Ben and I today.
Driven away up towards mid-off. No run.
And we had a very nice lady, Rita Green, yesterday, didn't we?
Yes.
And Rita works for a certain chocolate company.
I think she used to, yeah.
She used to.
So she
And brought
She's
us
very good at bringing the treats in for the gang.
Yeah, she brought us in some chocolate and she's left them here. So Ben and I...
On purpose, I might add.
Yeah.
It wasn't accidental.
No.
We didn't hide them
No.
just to keep. So Everson plays this off the back foot and drives this one away into the covers. Yeah, we had Nikki Chowdhury with us on day one. Santoki from the Caribbean Cricket Podcast was with you and Alex, wasn't he, on day two? And we also had a special guest yesterday. President of Surrey Cricket Club came and joined us.
Yeah, Tricia Garrard, lovely lady. I ended up going for a pint with her and her husband.
A tipple?
Just a cheeky one.
Were you
sampling some of Canterbury's hostelries?
Were you accosted and dragged to the pub? This
Kicking
one's
and
driven away into the covers. Should have gone for 4, but it was straight at the fielder. It was well timed by Joey Everson. He'll be disappointed. He's picked out the one man that was anywhere near the covers.
Well, you know me, Benjamin. I like to be sort of tucked up in bed with a good book.
Absolutely.
You know, and I was dragged kicking and screaming
Peer
against
pressure's
my
a
will.
terrible thing, isn't it?
Yeah, but no, I met a few Surrey fans last night.
Excellent. Final ball of the over from Tom Laws. Again, it's pushed to that very same fielder at extra cover. So Joey Everson plays out a maiden. And Kent remain 191 for 6. Just Ben Compton nicking behind off Worrell. 417 out today. And having started the day on 120 for 5. Kent have cut the deficit by 71 runs. And it's down to 108.
Yeah, met a few Surrey fans. Martin Searle, one of them, a very nice chap. And a guy called David Wright as well, who is a very pleasant individual who listens to County Cricket Natters podcast, which I do. Cameron Steele, 9 overs, 1 for 22. As he bowls to Parkinson, who is resolute in defence. Quiet period of the game here, but intriguing. Steele to Parkinson again, defends. It's intriguing. This is what, good hard cricket is about, where Surrey are looking for the win. Kent aren't just rolling over and allowing them, just to, all go home early. It's proper hard cricket, and this is what Division 1 is about. That's driven nicely, but Parkinson can only pick out Ryan Patel in the covers. Steele flicking the ball from hand to hand, just weighing up his prey. Oh, that turned. Parkinson plays that. There's a little bit of chirp coming as well from the Surrey close fielders. Folks is chivying the troops. Steele to Parkinson, who defends. That goes into the onside. Yep. Folks there, you can hear him going, come on Steely. Oh, that was a strange defensive shot by Parkinson. He played a half volley off the back foot there. But, he survives. 191 for 6.
Yeah, he really did. What was he doing there?
Yes. Yeah, strange old shot. Just going to have a look at the replay there.
I think you called it spot on, to be honest. Looked like a back foot defence to a half volley. Had a couple of emails in. Tim in France is still banging the drum for Jimmy Anderson as a top number 11. Says, remember his 98 against India in 2014? He can be stubborn as well as aggressive. Ashton Agar.
Yeah, Ashton Agar. His brother Wes.
Yeah, of course, is here. His other suggestion.
Yeah.
As Tom Laws is in and bowling. Everson into the onside. No run. How about Richard Collinge, who put on a 151 last wicket partnership with Brian Hastings against Pakistan back in 1973.
Who? Brian
Hastings.
Okay.
But Richard Collinge, 151. I'm assuming this is a 151 run last wicket partnership rather than deliveries against Pakistan back in 1973.
Yeah.
Here comes Laws. Oh, that's a little bit of in-swing to Joey Everson, who drives into the onside for a single out towards the sweeper. And then John is a Kent fan, has been in touch. He's feeling particularly cheery today. He says, Kent are already in a relegation fight. The bowling's weak. The batting's yet to fire. He says, Surrey should be relegated to give other sides a chance. I don't think that's going to help anyone in Division 2, to be honest.
No.
And let's give Essex their dues as well. I think the way things are playing out, I think Essex would have something to say. They'll believe that they can challenge Surrey for the title this year.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely, they're my tip for the title.
Cheer up, John, come on. Here comes Laws. In a bowling to Everson. Oh, that was a beauty. Parkinson has played this down towards third man. Surrey are convinced that it's LBW.
He's got some bat on that. He must have some bat on it. Yes, he has.
Umpire says, yeah, runs.
Yeah, he's got some bat on it. That's the only thing that saved Parkinson there, because it was absolutely, hit him on the foot, bang in front of the middle stump.
Yeah, it looked like it hit almost on the full, didn't it? As it tailed back in slightly from Laws.
Yeah. Well, the way folks threw the ball there, I don't think Surrey are overly happy with that decision, but
I don't think they've been overly happy with this ball for half an hour.
No. Just quickly then, we've had an email or a tweet come in from James Lawler, who's watching the live stream, listening to our excellent commentary at home on this very rainy day in Buckinghamshire.
It's rainy in a lot of places around the UK. It's glorious here at Canterbury. Joey Everson smashes this through the covers. Bit of width from Laws. And deposited to the rope. He moves 39 and Kent are up to 197 for 6. The deficit down to 102.
James continues. He's a Middlesex fan. He said, I was just wondering if you can mention the Middlesex result from yesterday. I'm sure both sides want to hear it, especially the Surrey members.
What, the Middlesex, the Middlesex women result, losing to Kent? Sorry, that one? Oh, no, the one against Yorkshire.
The one against Yorkshire.
Yeah, that was a good win.
It was a very good win.
And Brooke were playing for the Yorkies. Full delivery, which Everson jams out up towards mid-on.
Surrey not getting everything their own way this morning. Kent are showing a bit of steel here, and not Cameron steel.
A little
bit of heart.
Good. A little bit of resistance, a little bit of fortune. And Everson dropped on 31, Surrey. Sharp caught and bold chance for Jordan Clark.
Yeah.
Parkinson just about surviving that LBW shout there. There's Laws to Everson, is flicked away behind square on the leg side. They run one. They'd be wise to keep it to one because it'll mean Everson keeps the strike. He's on to 40. Kent are 198 for 6. Deficit is 101. We've got 15 minutes until lunch. If Kent can get through to lunch with this situation still being as such, I think they'll feel like that's a pretty good morning's efforts, really.
Ben Watts, have I told you it's the hope that kills them?
Of course it is. Oh, they still got 68 overs to go. They're not going to bat for 68 overs. I'm just trying to enjoy it while it lasts.
Oh, we've had some good fun down here over the last 4 days. It's been quite an amusing 4 days of commentary. Hope you've enjoyed it at home. Can I just say as well that I've been thoroughly looked after by Kent County Cricket Club, BBC Radio Kent. Steele comes in there and Folks whips the bails off. Everson plays and misses. But everyone here, the club have looked after us, the stewards who park us up in the car park. And it really is, the fans have been absolutely lovely, and it really is a lovely cricket club here at Kent as Everson leaves that one alone. So thank you to everyone who's been so generous with their time with me, and on behalf of BBC Radio London, it's been a lovely few days, definitely. Steele to Everson, who plays that out to covers. I think it might be time for a bit of Dan Lawrence.
Ooh, before lunch, yes.
Yeah, I think it's time for a bit of Dan Lawrence.
I like the idea.
Yeah. Cameron Steele, leading wicket taker this season with 18, almost gets a 19th there, as it almost sneaks under. Everson's bat just gets on it late.
Playing off the back foot, off the stumps, wasn't he?
Yeah. I think that was the slider, or whatever leg spinners called it, the flipper. I think Shane Warne started calling it the zooter at one point.
Yeah.
That goes out to mid-on, no run. Jordan Clark doing the fielding there, resplendent with his mullet flowing in the wind.
Got the Ravi Ashwin Karen ball out the fingers.
Yeah. Oh, that's well bowled. Steele keeps beating the bat. He's been a little bit unlucky, but Kent have made their own luck here, and they are resolute in defence. Just over 10 minutes to lunch, and it looks like they're going to survive that period. And only one batter being out this morning. I think Kent would have taken that at the start of play.
Yeah, I think they certainly would have done. I think you make a very good point, by the way, Dan, about county cricket stewards. I mean, of all the jobs, it's a pretty tough gig, because quite often you're not actually watching the cricket. For the stewards on the gate behind us, you know, while it's gloriously sunny out on the surface, but it'll be shaded back there.
Yeah.
A little wind tunnel. Been freezing all week. Down the leg side from Laws.
Yeah.
So a shout out to county cricket stewards who often stand around for the rest of us to enjoy the cricket in the chilly conditions, in the the working in the shadows, if you will.
Yeah, I think also, it's been about 11 degrees here, but with the wind chill, it's been about 4 or 5, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been bitter.
It's been
the last couple of days.
Yeah. So fair play to these guys who've been out there till 7, 8 o'clock at night.
Laws. Oh, shorter ball, which Parkinson fends off into the offside. He's faced 81 balls now, Matt Parkinson.
He played that well.
Like I say, he rushed to 20, and he's still on 24. He must have been in the 20s for about 50 balls.
And 2 of those were that one that he sort of got an inside edge off the toad and went down to 3rd. But he's still there, and that's all that matters.
Short leg in play. There's a leg gully, 1 slip for Tom Laws, who's slight build, running past the umpire, just nudged away up towards mid-off by Matt Parkinson.
The Surrey fans that I met in the pub last night, purely for research purposes, of course, they tell me that Surrey are notoriously poor at bowling a tail out.
No, surely not.
Oh, I don't know.
Is that their theory? I think, doesn't every county cricket fan think that?
Yeah. There is an absolutely huge seagull down on the turf in front of us. It's like a pterodactyl.
Here comes Laws. In them bowls.
What do you feed them on here?
Played away up towards mid-off. Pterodactyl. I would say that's the first time I've heard that in a while, but actually there's I think it's something like Harry and the Dinosaurs book that the toddler likes to read. Has a pterodactyl in it.
Seagull's walking towards Rory Burns in rather aggressive fashion.
Strutting, isn't he, that seagull? That kind of a deep mid-off as Laws bowls, and Parkinson is again in behind this one with a full face of the bat. It's played up to Kemal Roach at mid-on. Kemal's got the long sleeve jumper on. Looks like only one. He's not layered up more so than anyone else.
No.
Sometimes it is quite funny seeing some of the overseas. I think last year when Kent had, say, Arshdeep Singh or Yuzi Chahal wearing about like 4 jumpers, just freezing. It's like, what is this weather and why are we playing cricket in it? There's Laws. Well, bowls to Parkinson, a shorter ball, and he almost kind of did a little hip thrust to knock the ball away with the thigh pad. It's a leave, but allowing the ball to take him on the thigh pad. As it's another maiden, end of the over. Kent are 198 for 6 and trailing by 101. Surrey still need 4 more wickets to win here on BBC Radio Kent and BBC Radio London and BBC Sport Online.
Yeah, there's a story about Gus Logie, the old West Indian cricketer who didn't get a county contract, so he plied his trade in one of the Scottish leagues playing for a club. and was on money and given a house and a car and, you know, everything that sort of goes with it. As Cameron Steele comes in to bowl to Joey Everson, who plays that one pleasantly off the back foot out to long on, where Burns does the fielding, and they get through for 2 runs, and that's the 200 up for Kent in the 68th over. 271 minutes it's taken them. Well played.
80 runs today.
Yeah. Yeah, so Gus Logie, who's out in Scotland. I'll come on to it.
Deficit's down to 99.
Yeah. Well, that's gone out for 1 out to Rory Burns at long off.
I'll still be surprised if it happens, but imagine if Surrey have to bat again in this game.
Yeah. So Logie, like to have his heating conditions through sort of similar conditions to his native West Indies, perhaps. So thumped the heating up in this house to 32 degrees, which he kept on all summer. And the chairman of the Scottish club didn't realise until he'd gone home as that is defended, and suddenly got a rather large electric
whack off heating bill.
Yeah.
I remember when I was at uni, sometimes if the England cricket team training at Loughborough were about to go off to the subcontinent on tour,
It's just defended.
they would
No run.
whack the heating up in the building,
Yeah.
in the nets in the indoor school
To recreate conditions.
Yeah, so sometimes you'd wander in for your club net,
Yeah.
your uni net in the evenings, and it'll be absolutely stifling in there.
Yeah. That's gone left alone, goes through to the gloves of folks. It's interesting the stories you get with the overseas players. I remember one club from the Lancashire League telling me that they had a South African, we won't mention any names here, as Steele comes in to bowl, and that pops up to where silly mid-off was and has just gone across to short leg, and
It was almost like he did it on purpose.
Yeah.
Just to toy with him.
Yeah.
Oh, now you've left that position, I'm going to put it there.
Yeah. So this South African at the Lancashire League Club was told by the catering ladies at the club that they needed him to go and get some potatoes. So they gave him some money and said that they needed, I think, something like 5 pounds of potatoes.
Right.
Of which he came back with about 30 tins in his hand, full of potatoes in tins.
Why on earth? Here comes Tom Laws. Played away. I didn't even know you could get tinned potatoes.
Yeah, I think you can. Well, you obviously can in Lancashire. I think they come in water, don't they? They come in sort of like a... Must be, yeah.
Crikey.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the ladies obviously wanted some Maris Pipers that they could peel.
Yeah. Amazing.
They didn't have to peel them on the positive side. They've probably already peeled, but yeah, there you go. 202 for 6.
Parkinson's on strike because of the single for Everson. That's into the pad of the former Lancashire man. And drops away on the onside. That reminds me of when I was at uni and a friend tried to once boil a potato. but if you were having a jacket potato and you were putting it in the microwave whole, they were trying to boil it whole. They no concept of the fact that you needed to chop it up to actually get to the middle of said potato. This one is played away out towards backward point for a dot ball. So yeah.
You can tell we're having a rather slow morning here at Canterbury. Where the
How have we got onto
is
this potato chat?
202. Well, it's overseas players and
yes.
the sort of foibles, perhaps, of people coming to England for the first time. But
any overseas player faux pas that you want to get in touch with us about, kentcricket@gmail.com. It's a short ball, nudged away behind square on the onside for a single. We've got 3 minutes until the luncheon interval. Here's Laws then to Everson, who's on 44. Parkinson there on 25. Played away into the offside.
Yeah.
Rory Burns is signalling, and that was his whistle you could hear.
Yeah, I think we'll get one more in before lunch, won't we?
I think there's going to be another over of spin and the helmet brought out. Will it be Lawrence as you requested, or Cam Steele to continue? Here comes Laws, little wind ducker to Joey Everson. This ball is 69 overs old, but it is still just gently moving around and wobbling a little bit. 203 for 6, Kent. Having started the day on 120 for 5, just Ben Compton out so far in this session. And it'll just be, well, maximum of a couple of wickets in the session, because if there is one in this over, we'll wander off for lunch, won't we, presumably?
Adrian Thomas has been back in touch and said there's heavy rain in the West Country as well. We seem to be okay.
Yeah, I don't think
glorious
we've got any
sunshine here in the
forecast.
Garden of England. And he says that, talking of weak tails,
Oh yeah,
Gloucestershire had one which was Rochford, Cook, Wells and McHugh, but they still managed to finish third in the 1956 County Championship. But there seems to be a lot of rain all around the country, which I just don't get it. I feel like I'm on my holidays here. We've got a silly mid off and a silly mid on here to Cameron Steele as he's bowling to Parkinson right on the stroke of lunch here. 203 for 6. You know, I feel like one of those, you know, those old Londoners that used to come down hop picking on their holidays down to Kent, you know, like Darling Buds of May, that type of thing. As that's just played into mid-on. That's how I feel like I've been down the last 4 days. One of those proper sort of Londoners coming down. Jolly boys outing. On a Beano. Steele. Parkinson defends. 3 balls to go to survive to lunch. Actually, Steele is cutting through his overs quite quickly. I'm wondering if he might get through this. That's just defended. Parkinson, yeah, goes and does a little bit of gardening as the clock ticks over to 1 o'clock. So this will be good experience cricket there from Parkinson. He doesn't want to face another one before lunch. That's defended.
Soft
almost goes through. Yeah, it's soft hands. It almost goes through to, I think it's Lawrence there under the helmet. Silly mid off, or is it?
Ooh, I think, is it Lawrence at
Lawrence at
short
mid on.
leg and then Ryan
Ryan
Patel?
Patel at silly mid off, yeah. That's just played out.
Matt
and
Parkinson.
yeah.
Well played.
Well played, Kent. Well played, Matt Parkinson. Well played, Joey Everson. Because they lost Ben Compton with the score this morning on 139. But these two have actually shown some heart, some steel. And they've seen the score through to 203 for 6. But more importantly, is they've taken a number of overs out of the day. So Kent, they've got 4 wickets left. Surrey need 4 wickets to win. And Kent need to bat for 2 sessions. Can they do it? Join Ben Watts and I back. We'll be back just before 1:40. We'll see you soon. Spitfire St Lawrence Ground here at Canterbury in this clash between Kent and Surrey, the A2 derby as it's become known. And Kent are making a valiant fight for it here. They're 203 for 6. They've just lost 1 wicket in the morning session. And Surrey will want to take some early wickets in this afternoon session, get this wrapped up and get on back to London with the points. My name's Dan Whiting. I'm joined by Ben Watts, BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London. Ben, can Kent do it? That is the question.
Well, they've still got 63 overs left to bat, so I would say no. I don't think they will do it. Can they do it? It would have to be something pretty miraculous. You know, they've had a little bit of fortune already. Joey Everson was dropped on 31, the caught and bowled. Matt Parkinson surviving an LBW shout. That Tom Laws, the bowler, was pretty aggrieved not to see the umpire post the raised finger for. So, yeah, kind of had to get a little bit of fortune to make it to this stage. 203 for 6, just the loss of Ben Compton. My worry would be that second new ball as well, the way that Dan Worrell has bowled so far. I think he's got a fifer written all over this innings for him.
Yeah.
And the new ball is available again.
In 10 overs time.
So yeah, I think it's still a fair way off for Kent with the batting that they've got to come.
Kent didn't take the new ball yesterday, which was quite interesting. I wonder what the thinking was behind that.
So Laws from the pavilion end. Oh, that's a bit of a loosener. Well wide to the off stump to Joey Everson. I would suggest it was down to the fact that Matt Parkinson looked like their most likely wicket threat yesterday, and they kept him on with the old ball. They just got a very youthful seam attack in this game due to injuries and players being rested and overseas situation, etc. Probably felt that keeping the ball in the hand of the senior man was the way to go, as this one strays onto leg stump and Joey Everson tickles it down towards fine leg for a single.
Yeah, good movement there though, Laws. That nipped back quite a long way, too much actually, and was actually onto the pads there, but he's got a nice wrist position, I think, Laws, which is where he gets his movement from. He hits the seam regularly.
Yeah, he's a canny little bowler. Tom Laws, slight figure. About to run in and bowl to Matt Parkinson. Ooh, keeps this one out. That one kept a little bit low, possibly.
Parkinson, though, showing a lot of heart.
Yeah, 99 balls he's now faced, Matt Parkinson.
Yeah, 95 runs Kent need. 96 to make Surrey bat again.
Yeah, need to get to 300. As Laws bowls a bumper, which Parkinson manages to get out the way of. And that is what is known in these parts as the dentury.
The dentury?
The dentury.
Go on.
So it was when Joe Denley was playing for England. And he never really batted like Joe Denley does for Kent. For Kent, he's always free flowing and scores runs, but for England, he used to just block it.
Yeah.
And this one on the pads is dropped away behind square on the onside, and they come through for a leg by. I don't know whether it was the Denley meme team on social media or whether it was, Joe Denley fans in general, but they noticed that he would, have 20 or 30 runs on the board, but would face 100 deliveries sort of every innings for England, and so it became known as the dentury to face 100 balls.
Very good. Very good.
So yeah, Parkinson on 101 deliveries faced for his 25. Everson's been out there for over 100 balls as well, but has scored considerably more runs. 45 for him, 25 for Parkinson, and it's the end of the over. 205 for 6.
Yeah, first over, safely negotiated for the hosts. Everson on 45. He's faced 115 balls, so he's on his way to a double century.
Still a way to go.
Still a way to go, but you know, doing okay. Cameron Steele's going to continue. He's 1 for 25 off 13. Pick of the bowlers though been Dan Worrell, 4 for 30 off 17. And I'm sure that he's just biding his time till that new ball's due, and he will be wanting to add to those 4 wickets.
Close fielders surrounding the bat for Cam Steele.
Yep, so he's going to take us away. First over from the Nackington Road end after lunch as Parkinson defends. Steele making him play, asking questions here, which is all he can do. Has Parkinson got the answers? Seems to have so far, as he gets on the front foot and defends that back to Steele.
Match abandoned at Taunton.
Mm.
Not second innings, 440 for 2, but the Rainers 1 out.
That's played out into the covers.
In the
Bump
end,
ball.
Will Young finished on 174 not out. Joe Clark on 213 not out.
And not thinking they better leave right now, as that's defended by Parkinson.
There's a wry smile from me. I bet he's heard that many a time.
I bet. Yeah.
Match abandoned at Derby. They've got away with one there, Derbyshire. Leicestershire needed just 4 more wickets to win.
I think it's us and Hove playing, isn't it? That's just played out off the back foot out to Rory Burns, Surrey captain.
Did you see at lunch there's some news from Durham that they've recruited Peter Siddle for a few championship games, replacing Scott Boland, who's injured.
Yeah, that's just nurdled into the onside. That completes the over. So, maiden over for Cameron Steele. 14 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 25. Siddle's been at Essex, he's been at Nottinghamshire, he's been at Somerset, and now Durham.
Yeah, he's doing the rounds, isn't he?
He's
wholehearted cricketer.
More clubs than Jack Nicklaus, as they say.
Sorry, they're still playing between Hampshire and Warwickshire.
Okay.
So that game's still going on.
And Hove, I think, still going on.
Yeah, Gloucestershire is still only 6 down. So, here comes Tom Laws. Continuing with the old ball. That's cut away. That's 4. Don't bother running for that one. Joey Everson, he's just going to do some gardening. It cannons into the advertising hoarding right in front of the new lime tree.
Yeah, he nailed that one. Came straight out the screws.
Punished by Joey Everson. KentCricket@gmail.com if you want to get in touch with us.
Yeah, we've had some lovely emails this morning from people in this neck of the woods.
Jeff's one about Sack Lane was my favourite. This one is smattered away again. Behind square. Joey Everson goes to 50. Same shot, same region. Back cut. And consecutive boundaries from Joey Everson to take him through to 50. 117 balls, 8 fours. Patient knock, but a classy knock, and goes back to what I've been saying about some Kent members think Joey Everson is too low down the batting order at number 7.
Yeah, he's been in just shy of 2 hours 40 minutes as well. It's a real patient innings, this.
One of the stewards being very helpful.
Yeah.
Getting picked up on our effects mic.
I'm sure you don't need to be hearing this back at home about directions to the toilets downstairs.
Here comes Laws. Falls to Joey Everson. This one's a dot ball. Let's put the cut shot away for the time being. So 213 for 6. The deficit down to 86.
Yeah, bathed in sunshine all day. There's been a few sort of cotton wool clouds around us, isn't there? A few wispy ones. But generally it's been pretty nice down here.
Apparently at Hove, Tom Alsop is bowling. I thought he used to keep wicket. What's he doing bowling? Oh, is that an edge? It is. Tom Laws has got his man. Joey Everson's gone for the cut shot again. And having hit 2 fours with it earlier on in the over, this time a little bit of extra bounce for Tom Laws. And he's nicked it behind. And that is a crucial wicket for Surrey. The final remaining out-and-out Kent batter goes. Joey Everson for 53. And that could be the one that sets Surrey on their way to victory.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed in that, Joey Everson. He'd nailed the first 2 fours through that region. And then maybe just a little bit quicker. Laws bending his back a little bit more. And as Ben said, the extra bounce did for him. And Ben Folkes doesn't drop regulation chances like that. So Everson getting a big round of applause, but he'll be disappointed. And Kent now with Arafat, Garrett and Singh to come. Surrey are moving in for the kill. 2:13 for 7. Parkinson still standing firm on 25. Here comes Garrett. Left-hander.
Yeah, did well in the first innings, didn't he, as a night watchman?
Did very well, yeah, did very well. He looked, didn't look any sort of, he looked like, didn't look like a number 11, definitely. A lot's been said here about Kent batting 4 number 11s. Parkinson, I don't think, is a number 11. I'm not sure George Garrett is. However, Arafat and Singh, I probably wouldn't have in my fantasy team in the batting department.
No. This could be over fairly briskly, although these two could provide some resistance. We've already seen it from Parkinson and we saw it from Garrett in the first innings.
Yeah.
But like you say, one more wicket and Surrey will be pretty much there. So that was a crucial breakthrough for them. I did wonder, I didn't want to say it on air, but I did wonder if Lunch might buy Surrey a wicket. You know, that break in concentration.
Yeah. And just the, sides regroup, don't they?
Yeah. Everson nicking off then. Garrett, the left-hander, to the crease, and that's through to Folkes. Nice line from Tom Laws, sliding across the former Warwickshire man into the gloves.
Yeah, Shrewsbury School by Harpenden in the Saracens Hertfordshire Cricket League. Nice ground there up on the common. Nice part of the world, Harpenden.
Full delivery, nudged away into the onside by Garrett. Oh, that is the end of the over. So 73 overs gone. And a small hint of applause from those travelling supporters for Tom Laws. Gets a firm handshake from Dom Sibley after collecting that key wicket. 1 for 50 in this second innings. A little bit frustrating, a little bit unlucky, Tom Laws. But he's got his man. Everson and Compton have been removed today now by Surrey. And it's just the bowlers to polish off. So now we will really find out the Surrey can't finish off a tail theory.
Yeah, just 7 overs to the new ball. But what can Cameron still do with the old one? Can he winkle out one and add to his tally of 18 already this season? Here he comes in past umpire Ben Debenham. That's driven at Ryan Patel at City mid-off. Steele. He's a scrapper, isn't he, Steele? He's a street fighter. Here he comes. Parkinson gets on the front foot, but he extracts every ounce out of his ability, maximises his potential. Oh, that's tossed up. Got away with that one. As the ball goes out. That's a sub-fielder on there, actually. Oh, that's the flipper. That's the one that slides on. And Parkinson just about keeps that one out. Literally just jams the bat down on him. Here's Steele. Parkinson defends off the back foot. Oh, it was a googly, the ball before. Just watch the replay. Parkinson didn't read it. So that's played out into the covers, and that completes yet another maiden over for Cameron Steele. 2:13 for 7 and 6 overs until the new ball's due. Keep your emails coming into us. We've been discussing the number 11s that you need to pot out for a draw.
Yeah, because yesterday we were talking about the worst number 11s that you've ever seen play.
Yeah.
I've got a bit of a stat for you that I've seen from one of our dear colleagues, Mr. Dave Bracegirdle, saying that Joe Clark's 213 not out for Nottinghamshire.
It's his third ton in a row, isn't it?
Is the highest second innings score of all time in the county championship by a wicketkeeper.
Okay.
That is quite the stat. This one's defended away by Garrett, the left-hander on strike to Laws. So then somebody has replied to his tweet saying, highest keeper scores before the match. Oh, he's got a list. Top of that list, a certain Leslie Ames, whose stand is over on the far side of the ground, making 295 for Kent against Gloucestershire in 1933.
Okay.
But presumably that was a first innings effort, as this one is drilled away into the covers. Les Ames also on that list for a 210 against Warwickshire in the same year. The other best in a second innings was David Ripley, making 209 for Northants in 1998 against Glamorgan. So yeah, Joe Clark has eclipsed that. As it's left alone outside the off stump by George Garrett. There's a small part of me that feels slightly reluctant, seeing as Joe Clark is only a part-time wicketkeeper, but he is effectively fulfilling the role of being number one full-time wicketkeeper for Notts this year, so who am I to begrudge him?
Yeah. It's been sent a photo.
As Garrett defends Laws away into the covers, another block, another dot ball.
It's been sent a photo from Taunton from a chap called Sapphire So Good, Paul Mockler, lovely man. And he's got the scoreboard at Taunton. Seems to have Pretorius having bowled 27 overs, 4 maidens, gone for 1,000 runs.
They've put a few too many zeros on there.
I think I'd have whipped him off before then. It's that expensive.
Yeah. Here comes Laws. In and bowling. Garrett defends. Speaking of Joe Clark getting 213 in the second innings, it's exactly what Kent are on at the moment. 213 for 7.
Yeah. Two wickets just fallen at Hove. Both LBW.
Interesting. So 8 down is it now? 2 more needed. for Sussex to have a bat to chase. As Garrett just nudges this into the covers. Maiden over from Tom Laws.
Will they be chasing 80 odd, 90 odd, 100?
100 and something. 107 is the lead.
Okay.
So who's out? Oh,
Hammond and Goodman.
Yeah, Hammond for 77 and then Goodman for a blob. Carson getting both of them.
Going to be a good cricketer though, Dominic Goodman.
Get some wickets in the Sussex innings. Got 3 for 79, yeah?
Yeah, he's tall. He's about 6'6", 6'7". Not sort of massively quick, but he gets bounce.
Yeah, height is the key there, isn't it?
Meanwhile, back here in Canterbury, Cameron Steele is looking to add to his tally of 18 so far this season. Comes in bowls. That is punched out into the offside by Parkinson. Resolute here on 25 of 115 balls, as plays that one into the offside. No run. Steele. Parkinson again. Time for Dan Lawrence. I wouldn't mind seeing him have a bowl.
Might as well give him a couple of overs.
Yeah,
Get his rush through to the new ball.
Yeah, I think they wouldn't mind seeing him. The fans think it might be time for him. That's driven nicely out to extra cover. Bowled and defended again. Rather slow period in the game here at the moment.
I think that situation would be these two not necessarily bothered about run scoring.
It's just worked off the legs there. That's going to run away down the hill. Kemar Roach is in pursuit, but he gives up. He's been here for a few days. He realises that, you know, he's not going to catch that.
Well, that was fantastic reverse psychology from me there. No run scoring is happening at the moment for the next ball.
Yeah.
Parkinson gets on the big back foot and pulls it away to the rope.
One link between these two sides is Surrey have
Going to be doing an update for BBC Radio Kent in a moment.
Surrey have in their side Tommy Elam, son of Mark Elam. He's in their he's in their sort of squad. He's not playing in this one.
Yes, indeed.
But Mark Elam plied his trade down here for a number of years.
So Laws will continue. It won't be Darren Lawrence. Turns away into the onside by Garrett. Yeah, surely the young Elam playing at Surrey is due for a loan spell to Kent at some point this season. Maybe in the one-day cup.
Yeah, you never know.
Put that down as an early shout for the... Although, to be honest, Surrey lose so many players to the 100, they might need him.
Yeah.
217 for 7, Kent. Deficit's 82. Garrett is turning this one away into the onside. I'm going to get my Sussex scorecard up. This next update is for BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio Surrey and BBC Radio Sussex. It's a double whammy show in the afternoons. Or triple. But Sussex and Surrey are normally one radio station. Here comes Laws. Again, Garrett happy to stand up tall in the crease and just nurdle this into the onside. This time he though gets a run, gets off the mark. And he's up to 49 runs now in the match. Shame for him not to make a 50 really in the first innings. Well, I think everyone coming here today had expected Surrey to win this at a canter. The fact that Kent have made it last until after lunch, a surprise, but they have showed some resistance. And although that resistance is now looking like it might come to an end fairly soon with the departure of Joey Everson, who made a half century but was caught in the previous over. Matt Parkinson's still going though, and he's just cut that one away down to the boundary for 4 more runs, having pulled a boundary in the previous over off the spinner. He's moved to 33 from 120 balls. A long vigil with him and Everson before lunch, a half century stand to get Kent through to the break, but Surrey still just need 3 more wickets. If they can get 1 more and break through this partnership, you would expect the defending champions to manage to collect their first win of the season and get the job done. Kent have still got to bat for over 50 overs. It feels like too big a task for this tail. Meanwhile, at Hove, Sussex trying to survive against Gloucestershire and stay in that game. Gloucestershire leading by 114 runs. In fact, Sussex hunting those wickets now, the final 2 wickets that they need to try and give themselves a chance of going on and winning that match. A dramatic turnaround of events in the second innings of that game with some quick wickets last night and this morning as well. So Gloucestershire 178 for 8, leading by 116 runs. Sussex could have a little run chase on to try and win that game, but Kent having to bat here against Surrey. Big shout for LBW. Not given. Surrey the favourites to win it. They need 3 more wickets. The deficit is still 77 runs. 222 for 7 the Kent score. Commentary of both of those matches is online via the BBC Sport app and website. Got myself in a bit of a...
That's just the over.
Tizzy there talking about both of those 2 games simultaneously.
Yeah, that's the over completed there from Tom Laws. He's 1 for 55. Product of Cranley School. Ooh. Give Me the Night, George Benson. I'd name that tune in 1, I reckon, coming in from BBC Radio Kent in our earphones. No, it's not.
Somebody has suggested to me that Surrey's players fancied one final lunch here at Canterbury before heading off home. Perhaps the players' luncheon is spectacularly good. They'd have got fed after the game anyway.
I'm sure they would.
That lunch would have been there for them, whether the game was still going or not.
He's still in as BBC Radio Kent have a bit of Shalimar actually going in. Give Me a Night to Remember in our earphones. It's quite hard to concentrate on cricket, isn't it?
It is quite hard to talk about cricket while there's music in your headphones.
Let's just turn around the corner. That's going to be 4 runs over those practice wickets. Round the corner there from Garrett. Yep, Law's a product of Cranley School, which is also where Ollie Pope has come out of. Stuart Meeker is a product of Cranley School and one of the finest cricket writers of all time, E.W. Swanton. About halfway in between Horsham and Guildford. Sort of Dorking, that area. Steele in, and that's... Garrett needs to be a little bit careful. That goes down the leg side, but they've just moved the fielder into leg slip, and he's still trying to turn it around that corner. It's like he's a serial flicker. Oh, that's got to be close, and he's given. Steele strikes again. The man with the golden arm. Garrett goes, LBW for 5. And the cry of Surrey rings out around this ground here down in Canterbury. And the end now, I think, is not a million miles away for the hosts.
Yeah, think you might be right. Garrett on his way. Just playing forward, but hit on that front pad from Cameron Steele. Little hesitation from the umpire. Garrett on his way, unable to produce the sort of resistance he showed in the first innings. Out for 5 against 220, 6 for 8, and maybe we won't quite see the second new ball after all. Dan Worrell will be hoping that he can get that in hand and finish things off with a 5-wicket bag, but Cameron Steele getting another wicket, having prized out Joe Denley yesterday for the second time in the match. So he's got 2 for 33 now in this second innings, and it's Jazz Singh.
Yeah, I
walks out to bat with Matt Parkinson.
I can't interview Cameron Steele again. I'm interviewing him every day at the moment. I mean, it's because he's doing the business week in, week out, but I think I have more conversations with Cameron Steele than I do with my other half. I mean, you know, it's, she'll start to get jealous. He's going very well, though.
Yeah, it needs to be a Dan Worrell chat today, surely. He's got the key wickets, you feel?
Yeah, I think so. I think so. It's normally a skipper as well when they win, isn't it? It's normally a skipper or a coach.
It's going to be skipper or coach for Kent, I think, after this one.
Yeah.
Not for the reasons
it's a coach's
you were mentioning.
Yes. Steele in, and that beats Singh outside the off stump. That completes the over. So, just one. He's getting a round of applause and he's taking his jumper. And I think he might be off. I think it might be Worrell from that top end now. So Tom Lord's going to take us away from, he's going to continue from the pavilion end. 226 for 8. And Kent needs another 73 runs just to make Surrey bat again.
So Tom Laws to Matt Parkinson then. 122 balls he's faced so far, Parkinson. Sways out of the way of this short ball. Wonder if he's got any thoughts now that, you know, likelihood is that the team situation, you know, he's done his bit.
Yeah.
But can he maybe now chase a little personal milestone? Maybe can he have a little flourish like he did when he first came to the crease and try and get to a 50. He's on 33 at the moment. Facing up to Laws. Down the leg side.
Yeah, this will be good experience for Laws here. I mean, you know, how to get out a tail. How to make batters play every ball. How not to allow them to leave. And he's 21 years old, he's learning his craft, learning his trade. This will be a good experience for him.
Parkinson plays this away through cover point, and this could well be 4 runs. They're chasing it down towards the boundary rope, the fielders, but they won't get there. Matt Parkinson boasting a new first-class best hit with 37 not out, and eyes on a first-ever first-class 50. He would thoroughly deserve it if he could get there. This has been a really creditable knock from the leg spinner. 125 deliveries he's faced for his 37 runs. And it's Laws to him again. And he's in behind this, solidly defending back up the pitch.
Yeah, I think Dan Worrell will probably have one with the old ball just to get himself loose, and then the new ball is due after that. So let's see what happens.
Laws to Parkinson. Well, that one comes back. Original line looked like 4th or 5th stump, and Just tails into the right-handed batter and plays it solidly into the covers. Well played, Matt Parkinson.
Yeah, Worrell limbering up.
Yeah, he's got 4 wickets so far in this innings. We're very much hoping he can make it a 5th. As Laws always kept out by Parkinson, but that wasn't far away from sneaking through. Seriously good movement with the old ball. Surrey feels like today they've got the ball to talk, more so than perhaps we've seen in the game at times.
Yeah.
So 1 over until that new ball though is available. Steele is going to bowl it.
Okay.
All the close fielders have got their lids back on and are ready to crowd around Jazz Singh. He's faced just a couple of deliveries so far. Kemar Roach though going through his warming up routine. At short, fine leg or...
Steele twirling a leg break. That's gone. Caught behind. No, the umpire's not giving him.
I think he scuffed the ground.
Yeah, I heard a noise in my mic, but folks questioning what's going on there, but Jazz Singh survives. Steele into him. Oh, he plays and misses at this. And Steele is all over him here. Can he read him? Can he read what's going on here? Oh, that's beaten him again. 3 in a row. When's the googly coming out? When's the 3? Is it a 4-card trick or a 5-card trick? I think it's a matter of time before the googly comes out. Goes the other way and foxes Singh.
I think in this sort of a situation, Jazz Singh just sort of play down the line of your stumps and hope that if it goes past the outside edge, you miss it.
Yeah, he doesn't get a little feather. Yeah. Steele. Sorry, the umpire was just putting the bails back on there, so we had a little bit of a delay. Oh, that's beaten him as well. It's all happening. He's beaten him 4 balls out, 4 here. Steele like a cat with a mouse. Comes in, bowls. Oh, that's out. That's a great catch. Caught silly mid-on. Singh has pushed that really firmly back, and it's pure reactions there. Is that Dan Lawrence in there?
I thought it was Ryan Patel, possibly.
Is it Ryan Patel? Can't tell because they're under a helmet.
One of the two.
But it's an absolutely fantastic catch. And
maybe it is Lawrence, you're right. I
Singh
think he's the one getting the applause.
Yeah, Singh goes. But it was a real top-level catch. It was just pure reactions. And Kent are 1 wicket near a defeat.
Yeah, it was kind of here nor there from Jazz Singh. It was a...
Oh, Jamie Smith.
Is it Jamie Smith?
Jamie Smith under that lid. It was a really good bit of work. I mean, sometimes they just stick in there, don't they? Cameron Steele, 20
wickets.
20 wickets for the season. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just saying in terms of Jazz Singh's shot, it was neither sort of bludgeoned at the fielder nor soft hands. It was kind of a
half and half.
It was a hard push, wasn't it? And it stuck in the left hand of the close catching fielder. And Jamie Smith getting the plaudits.
Yeah. So Arafat Boyan comes out.
Well, he's got a ball to face until the new ball is available.
Yeah.
Kemar Roach was warming up a minute ago.
Parkinson's going to walk down the wicket, have a little word with him. What do you think he's going to say? Have a swing, go and enjoy yourself, son.
Survive this ball, lad.
Yeah.
Let me face another one.
Yeah.
Just make sure you don't miss it. It's probably going to be the googly on the stumps.
Rory Burns coming into second slip now as Steele approaches the wicket, bowls, and that's played quite nicely back.
Fair play.
Yeah.
Kept it out.
So Steele is 18 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 33.
Yeah, good hand in the end from Cameron Steele.
What a fine season he's having.
Yeah, fantastic start to the season. Doing the business with the Kookaburra in the first couple of rounds. And now with the old Duke's ball, which can be changed, although I don't think has been changed. Kemal Roach was warming up as if he was going to get the nod with the new ball, but it's Tom Laws continuing with the old one. It's down the leg side. There's an appeal for a strangle, which has not been given by the umpire. So just one more wicket needed for Surrey to wrap things up. Here on BBC Sport Online, BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London and 5 Live Sports Extra. The defending champions in the county championship, hunting their first win of the season against their oldest rivals. Parkinson has played this into the offside and has scampered through for a quick single, showing complete faith in the number 11 Arafat Bhuyan.
Parky wants a red inker, I reckon.
Rather than deciding to farm the strike here as the set batter, which Matt Parkinson has probably never been in that position ever in his professional career, where he's the senior set batter in a partnership and would be choosing to farm the strike for his own ends. He's instead said, "I'll take that single, thank you. Every single I get is improving my first class best." So Arafat has to face Tom Laws. Oh, it's a short ball, which he ducks out the way of the Saka graduate. Gloucestershire leading by 138 runs at Hove.
Yeah, Zaman Akhtar, who is a graduate of the Saka programme, like Arafat out here.
So they're still 8 down.
He's flashing his blade like Zorro.
200 for 8, Gloucestershire. Safaka 47 and Akhtar 21. That's a devilish ball from Tom Laws. It was full, it was tailing in, but Arafat Bhuyan did well to get bat on it and knock it away into the offside for a single. Parkinson scampering through.
It's been a fantastic viewpoint here in the commentary box at Canterbury. We're right behind the bowler's arm, so we can see especially from when the bowler's bowling from the pavilion, the swing, and when it sort of tails back in as well.
Here comes Laws, short ball to Parkinson. Ducks out the way off. There's some sort of creature on our window. Is it a cricket? Is it an actual cricket at the cricket? Or is it just a grasshopper?
It's I don't know.
Just chilling on the window.
You get some strange animals down here,
It's the
don't
Garden
you?
of England.
In Europe.
In Europe. Here in France. Get some exotic animals. Here comes Tom Laws. To Parkinson, hits him on the thigh pad. They're going to come through for leg buys as it goes behind square on the onside. Yeah, we were joking that should be should have been part of Kent's pitch.
Oh, umpire's giving it a dead ball.
Dead ball.
No shot there.
Outrageous. The slander to Matt Parkinson. He's definitely tried to tickle that.
I thought there's the inexperience from Laws. I thought it would be the bumper. Parkinson has to duck it and would keep him down that end so they could have 6 balls at Arafat.
I'm not having that. That was a no shot from Parkinson. Come on.
It was a bit harsh. It was a bit harsh. I mean, it's, you know, even giving him a run isn't going to be a game changer here, is it?
Think about Matt Parkinson's top score. Come on.
Steal in. Big hoik.
Oh, I'll go fetch that one.
Wow, where's that gone? All
Might
the
have
way
gone for
or
6.
four?
No.
No, 4. I thought he went for 6.
I thought it carried.
Yeah, he's got 4 for it, but it's a huge hoik over the leg side.
Arafat fuming about the slander towards Matt Parkinson and suggesting he didn't try and play a shot with that previous ball, has just clubbed it.
It was a shot of anger there, wasn't it? It was a shot of pure violence. It was a heave.
It was a little bit.
His steal. Arafat.
Ooh, full toss.
He's going to get just the one, I think. Parkinson wants it. Don't get run out, boys.
Parkinson's
Don't get run out.
holding his gloves at the minute. He needs to put those back on, young man.
Yeah, Parkinson. I tell you, Parkinson wants a little star next to his
Yeah,
name. He wants a not out. He wants a red inker.
He's fancying himself as a proper batter out there now, isn't he?
He's playing for his average.
I mean, in this situation, in fairness to him, there's not much more to play for. So we need just one more wicket. Parkinson's on 38.
Steal into him as that's dribbles out into the offside.
It's a little bit of pride to play for, in the sense that Matt
Yeah.
Parkinson will not want to get out to his fellow
No.
leg spinner.
Yeah, and also professional. Matt Parkinson's a professional cricketer. He's, you know, good hard man as that beats him outside the off stump.
Yeah, I'm still trying. Arafat's played that off pretty much off middle stump as well. Just hoiked it leg side for 4.
It was filthy.
It really was.
Steele tosses that one up. Parkinson drives.
Thought about
Can
maybe
only-
a single.
Can only find Rory Burns at mid-off, who sort of looks a solitary figure at times, doesn't he, Burns, out there patrolling mid-off on his own. That's just defend as well. That completes the over.
I mean,
Kevin Steele, 19 overs, 3 for 38.
There's harder gigs, isn't there, than
Being skipper
being
of Surrey.
the skipper of Surrey.
Yeah,
Just stand at mid-off,
yeah,
let your bowlers do the work, let Ben folks catch everything behind the stumps.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say so. I'd say
I
so.
can't imagine you get panicked all too often.
Well, but saying that, is there pressure on you to win the county championship
mean,
year in, year out?
Probably.
Yeah.
But they hadn't, until the last couple of years, they hadn't done it that regularly for very often. So,
No.
oh, here we go. New cherry time.
Yeah.
Kemar is at the top of his mark and ready. So maybe Dan Worrell might get a chance for the 5-wicket haul. Although it will require Kent to survive this over, because Kemar Roach from the from the Pavilion end will have first crack. And so far he's wicketless in this innings, and he will have designs on making sure that doesn't end. It doesn't end in that fashion. So it's Kemar Roach against Arafat Bhuyan. Imagine telling Arafat a couple of years ago to be a county cricketer facing Kemar Roach. Oh, outside the off stump, he fiddles at it.
Yeah.
Be fair to say he didn't need to go chasing that one.
He sort of didn't quite go through with it, but he sort of casually flirted with it, didn't he?
I'm sure it'd be far more comfortable having a bowl to Kemar Roach than having to try and fend him off with willow in hand, Arafat Bhuyan. Getting the 237 for 9. One more wicket needed for Surrey. In fact, Bhuyan has played that fairly firmly into the covers. Roach giving the ball every chance to swing, pitching it up.
Yeah, the end is nigh here at Canterbury. Deficit just 62, but more to the point, Kent are down to their last pair. Oi, oi.
Hello. What a shot that is from Arafat Bhuyan. That's gone all the way for 6. That was just
Pick up.
just a leg side whip. It had all the swagger of a Kevin Peterson shot. It was. Oh.
That was just a languid pickup over deep square leg for 6 off one of the finest bowlers in the world.
That was outrageous from Arafat Bhuyan.
I bet the next one, Kemar bends his back a little, perhaps.
What a shot. I can't believe that's gone all the way. Shorter boundary to that side of the ground, admittedly. Here comes Roach. Oh, he's gone for it again.
That's a good shot.
It's over mid-wicket. This time it'll bounce a couple of times and go for 4. He didn't quite middle it in the same fashion. But Arafat is currently whipping Kemar Roach into the leg side all round Canterbury. He's taken 10 off 2 balls. This is why Kent didn't take the new ball. It's flying all over the shop. They've sent out the fielder to deep
Rory
mid-wicket.
Ruins the fun.
Come on, Rory. Arafat's on 16 from 9. As Roach is in again. Leg side, he's pulled it away. This is going for 4 as well. He's picked the gap. Nobody's stopping that. Arafat is motoring. What's this lad doing at 11? The 250's up for Kent.
Big smiles from the crowd to our left here in the tupper tier of the Cheeseman Pavilion as Arafat has taken Kemar Roach for 14 off 3 balls. They're loving it. That's a 250 up as well.
He's on 20 from 10 balls, the Kent number 11. Be fair to say the Kent's 4 number 11s have all had a little bit of a...
Apart from Singh.
I mean, he got 15 in the first innings. He almost got Kent to a batting bonus point.
Fair enough. I'll take that on board.
If he'd have just managed to do that, I think all of them could say they've contributed with the bat. Full delivery on the stumps. He's flicked it away, leg side again. That might be 4 more. The fielder setting off after it. Has to put in the dive to stop it from going for another boundary.
He's got 2.
Great athletic work in the deep. But Arafat Bhuyan has just whipped Kemar Roach to the leg side. 4 balls in a row. 6-4-4-2 to go to 22 off 11. The deficit has been sliced down to 46 runs. If he bats for another couple of overs, Arafat, it's going to be parity. Sorry, he might have to bat. But no, here comes Dan Worrell.
Here's Dan Worrell.
Here's Dan Worrell to finish off the game with a fifer. 4 for 30 so far.
You're listening to Dan Whiting, watching Dan Worrell and Ben Watts.
Well, that was a bit of fun. If you're a Kent fan who's decided to turn up today,
yeah,
that will have given you a bit of heart.
Yeah.
Well, I think Joey Everson's 50, Matt Parkinson's 38 from 136 balls.
Yeah.
Certain individuals have really shown what they're about as characters today in the Kent dressing room. Even if Surrey are going to walk away with the vast majority of the points.
Here's Worrell, bowling to Parkinson. As Parkinson defends, just takes one hand off the bat just to counter the extra bounce that Worrell gets with the new ball.
I wonder if Matt Parkinson in his head is like, right, I am Ben Compton. This is what he's like. Imagine he's playing in the backyard trying to replicate great openers against the tape ball. That's what it's like facing Dan Worrell, the swing that he gets on it. Or Gloucestershire all out for 205. So 144 needed for victory for Sussex.
Yeah.
Conclusion to that game could be tasty at Hove.
Here's Worrell in. Parkinson resolutely defends. Thou shalt not pass.
138 balls for his 38 runs now, Matt Parkinson.
Yeah.
I said about him maybe wanting to try and get to 50. He seems...
Bit of northern grip.
He doesn't seem bothered about getting 50. He seems to be trying to bat for as many balls as he possibly can still.
Worrell curved run. Comes in, and that's lifted from nowhere.
Yeah, got big on him.
I thought there might be a close catcher in here. I'm surprised there isn't.
Just the 3 slips.
Yeah. You know, Do you really need a deep square to damn Worrell?
Nah, Parkinson's not going to bother hooking anything, is he?
So.
Jamie Smith's just called for the lid.
Yeah, we thought that might be.
Says, nah, actually, can you go fetch me that one I was wearing, please?
Yeah, it's a lucky lid.
Slightly disappointing at how navy some of those Surrey lids are.
Yeah, they're not quite brown.
Where's the brown lids? Come on, lads.
Yeah.
It's not just not. It's not very Surrey, is it? It's not very typical Surrey to have navy lids.
It's sort of like a maroon colour. They're like a. So Burns is coming in as third slip. Jamie Smith has gone into short leg.
This will be the full one.
Worrell in. Parkinson still.
Did well.
Yeah,
kept it out.
Doesn't let anything pass. Solidly behind that. Plays it out into the offside. So Ryan Patel at first slip. Dominic Sibley at second. Rory Burns at third. We've got a backward point. We've got an extra cover. Well, mid-off extra cover. He's halfway in between. We've got a mid-on. Short leg. Deep backwards. Deep square leg. And deep backwards square as Parkinson drills that one back. Hits the stumps.
The middle stump knocked it out at the other end.
Yeah, the middle stump has saved Dan Worrell 4 runs from his debit account.
Got one more ball to seal the fifer.
Yeah,
otherwise it's a resumption of Kemar versus Saviv, aka Arafat. It's like Saviv and Ben Compton batting in tandem at the moment.
Worrell's just changing the field here. Bringing up the square leg into the conventional square. Wonder if he'll give Parkinson the short ball now, and Parkinson will take it on. No, he doesn't. Parkinson solidly behind that. That completes the over. 2:53 for 9. Parkinson on 38.
He wants the red inker.
Arafat's on 22. What's Kemar got in the locker as a comeback? Surely he's got a comeback, hasn't he, Ben? Surely. Surely. Or is Arafat, a.k.a. Vivian Richards.
Kent's new swashbuckling number 11.
Yeah.
Yeah, surely. Surely Roach has got something in the locker.
That 6 was an amazing shot.
Roach is currently none for 76 in this innings. Here he comes. Oh, Arafat is just in behind this defensively. There's a sweeper on the deep square leg boundary and a long leg. Shortish mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, cover, point, 2 slips. Arafat's played 12 balls with a mixture of blocking and swashing leg side. When's the next big shot coming? Here's Roach to him again. Oh, leg side off the pads, away for 4 leg buys. Past Ben Folkes. It is indeed off the soft stuff. As the umpire taps his knee and signals the boundary.
Yeah.
So 4 leg buys. Frustration for Kemar Roach as he fired it in towards the pads.
It's a little bit frustrating here for Surrey. They will be just wanting to get into their cars and back up the A2 here. Kent are making them fight, making them battle.
Arafat on strike again. Roach bowls to him. Again he defends. This time it's a no ball for overstep. More extras.
The lead's down to 40. Well, the deficit's down to, 40 behind Kent.
Still a fair bit of leg side swishing to make Dom Sibley and Rory Burns have to pad up.
You never know. You never know.
Arafat 22 not out. Roach to him. Again plays solidly in behind this one defensively. I'm very much assuming that this is Arafat's first class best because he hasn't really played many first class games. His previous best was 15 not out. He had a total of 22 runs.
I got that 4 balls
before this knock. As he's facing up to Kemar Roach again. Leg side, and again he's just playing solidly in defence. It's like watching Arshdeep Singh. He was
solid.
No.
No.
It was either the massive forward defence, or he was trying to ping it over long on.
Okay.
You just knew that before too long the big shot was going to come. Arafat's probably, to his credit, looking a bit more solid than Arshdeep ever did last season while he was with Kent. He's keeping this one out as well. Arafat Bhuyan and Kemar Roach remains wicketless in this second innings.
Well,
one more ball in the over. Our cricket/grasshopper friend is still on the window of a commentary box position, but he's on the move.
There's our third voice for the afternoon.
Here goes Roach. Bowls. And Bhuyan keeps it out. Oh, no ball.
Another one.
It's another extra. So there will still be another ball in the over. Ben Folkes is practicing his golf swing. If Surrey had some tee times booked for this afternoon, they might only be getting 9 holes in now.
Yeah, bit of pitch and putt.
Well, they could have gone for a round at Prince's. There's some wonderful links courses not far from here. Instead, they'll be going the other way, I'm sure, on the coach. This one's defended away once more by Arafat. That is a legitimate delivery, so he fends off another Kemar Roach over.
Isn't that where the head of the ECB likes to play his golf?
That may well be the case. 38 the deficit, 261 for 9, Kent. Parkinson with an obdurate 38 from 142 balls. Arafat with a swashbuckling 22, albeit he has just blocked out that over.
Raw St George's, that sandwich, that's down in this neck of the woods.
Steve says Kent's he says if Kent have 4 number 11s, I'm calling it. Kent's 4 number 11s have all scored their highest first class scores in this match, says Steve from Ramsgate.
Wowzers. Here's Worrell. Parkinson nurdles that one out to mid-on.
So congratulations to the gang of 4. Who nobody expected to be hitting their first class bests with the bat in this game, but they've all done it.
Yeah.
Yeah, previously Jazz Singh's was 14 not out and he got 15 in the first innings, so there you go. What an effort from the 4 number 11s.
The Fab 4 as Worrell approaches from the Nackington Road end, and Parkinson just defends.
Matt Parkinson he's got ambitions to bat higher than 11 when the rest of the Kent bowlers return. With this knock of 144 balls, 38 runs, he's graduating out of
He is.
cute bunny status.
Let's just turn around the corner. Arafat's got to be quick here, which he is, and gets home as they take one. Yeah, definitely. I mean, Matt Parkinson has got a master's in the forward defensive shot. He really has, hasn't he? He's got a PhD.
Fair play to him. This is, like you say, this has been the sort of knock that many people probably didn't think Matt Parkinson had in him.
No.
And maybe even he didn't. Maybe even this is proof to himself that all of the hard work he's been putting in the nets with the bat, that actually he can go out into the middle and do the business.
Right, Worrell to Arafat. Here we go.
Bearing in mind Matt Parkinson was on the verge of having to get padded up last night.
Worrell coming in, past umpire. Debenham, sure, that's gone up in the air.
Oh, hasn't carried.
It hasn't quite carried. I'm not even sure if it came off the glove, actually. The Surrey fielders weren't that excited.
Did it pop off the shoulder, maybe? as Arafat went for the hook. He was brave taking it on.
But it's Jamie Smith, the man who went for that catch. In fact, he's going just around the corner now into leg slip. So that gentleman, can't see who that is. I think it's Laws out at square leg, deep square. Needs to stay in front because Kemar Roach is down here at fine leg. And you can't have more than 2 men behind square on the leg side as Worrell comes in, and that's pulled a little bit late on it there, Arafat, and ball goes out to Jordan Clark at mid-on. Just one more ball of this over for Arafat to negotiate. I think we might be here at tea. We've got 55 minutes of tea.
Surely not.
Worrell in. And that's a swish.
What a fly.
What a swish from Arafat, but he doesn't get anything of it. No harm done. 262 for 9. Arafat's on 22. Parkinson 39 from this vigil.
I'd like to see in this over a Parkinson single, because you know, every village cricketer who doesn't get runs very often will know that 40 just looks better than 39.
Yeah.
You know, if you get 39 and your missus asks you at the end of the day how many runs you get, you're rounding it up to 40, aren't you?
Yeah, I was just shy of a 50.
Yeah, exactly. You're rounding it up.
Hello,
So,
hello, darling. Yeah, just shy of a 50.
So Parkinson, let's hope that he can get a single here, and then we get some more Roach against Arafat. Here comes the West Indian. Parkinson. He's writing the thesis. On the front foot again with the defensive.
Yeah. You do. You get, you know, club cricketers when they come back to your bar on a Saturday night. And they do. You do get sort of embellishment, don't you?
Absolutely. Hyperbole.
Massive hyperbole.
Here comes Roach. 2 slips, short leg, balls to Parkinson. He's clipped it. Oh, he's straight to the man, and that is the game. Jamie Smith snaffles another one at short leg. Parkinson is out for 39 from 147 balls. Arafat ends 22 not out at the other end. Kent have been removed by Surrey in the end with the help of a second new ball for 262. Kemar Roach gets a wicket. Worrell doesn't quite get his 5 up. Parkinson doesn't quite get his first ever 40 or even 50. But you have to say, for all the joking around, we fully expected Surrey to come here and finish off the job. And we probably expected them to do it about 2 hours quicker than they have done. So some credit must go to the Kent bowlers and tail end, and obviously Joey Everson.
Yeah, definitely.
The proper batter who got a 50.
Definitely. I mean, you know, Kent have been decimated by injuries. We've seen a really quite an inexperienced bowling attack, and they've showed a lot of heart, a lot of fight, and taking that forward when they play sides who maybe haven't got the strength of Surrey. I think that they will compete, and I think there's enough here that will really please the coaching staff. Meanwhile, Surrey go back up the A2 with maximum points here. They go full 24 from this game. Kent, meanwhile, just have 2, but they will have bigger fish to fry, and they've got Worcestershire soon, haven't they? Which I think is going to be a huge game in the context of the season. So, thank you for listening, thank you for your emails, thank you for your interaction over the last 4 days. We've really enjoyed your company, and from me, Dan Whiting, BBC Radio London, and from Ben Watts at BBC Radio Kent, we've really had a fantastic time. So the long and short of it is that Surrey win this game by an innings and 37 runs as they come out of Canterbury with maximum points.
Yeah, that is indeed the case. Feels a little bit harsh on Kent. It feels like they've battled hard at times, and in the end, just a couple of points to show for their efforts, and Surrey walking away with a full collection. I think we always expected it to be probably this outcome if there was enough cricket in this game, with, as you say, the amount of players that Kent were missing. But I think, you know, some of those batters have shown today that maybe a few of the senior guys missed out, and Matt Parkinson saying last night that in the first innings, the 244 that Kent got, that wasn't enough. They needed more in the first dig to make this into a game. Surrey doing the bit with the bat. Dan Lawrence's 100. Dom Sibley looking unlike, showing that he had a bit of freedom about him. You know, it was a fairly brisk 100 for Dom Sibley by his standards, like you were saying about that interview you had with him, and the freedom of thought that he's playing with at the moment. And the Surrey bowlers, they've just all got so much quality. You can rotate their guys around and you know they're going to each contribute and pick up wickets.
Yeah, and as I said, Cameron Steele continues his wonderful start. 6 wickets in the game here again. And even on tracks that are placid, Surrey have got variety in their attack, and having a leg spinner in there who's picking up wickets, you know, it's like having